the mic on? Can anyone hear me out there? Yeah, the back room, the community room, is open also with a TV screen. If you feel more comfortable there and a place to sit, there is seats back there. It doesn't keep you from participating in this hearing. We're going to hear everybody that wants to say something this evening. So just letting you know, there's seats and a TV screen in the back room. And if you would like to speak this evening, please get a number at the back of the room, and you follow it in the order of numbers as they come forward. Okay, we'll get this going in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Led by Christine McBloom.
No.
Yes.
All right, I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I thought being on the spot. Get you on your toes, right?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Harlan.
Here.
Councilmember Bator.
Here.
Councilmember Bertrand.
Here.
Councilmember Termini.
Here.
Mayor Norton.
Here. We have a presentation this evening. We're going to introduction newly appointed Police Sergeant Marquez Booth. Chief, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and community members. Glad to see everybody here tonight. It's my honor to introduce Senior Officer Marquez Booth, who's recently been promoted to the rank of Sergeant. To give you a little background on Sergeant Booth, he's been with the police department since 2005. He's had several positions within the department. Some of those are lead investigator for the investigation section, where he oversaw the entire investigations department. He also coordinates our New Year's Eve reduced drunk driving program. He oversees our volunteers and our chaplain program. And on the weekends, Marquez spends time cooking at a local church to help a county homeless shelter program. So it is my honor to introduce Sergeant Marquez Booth.
Hello. It's been a pleasure. I thank the chief here for the opportunity to move up the ranks, and it's been a good 10 years so far, almost 10 years, and I'm looking forward to another, 20 years to here at Capitola. I appreciate the support, and thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our new police sergeant. Okay. There is no closed session this evening. We have any additional materials to be added to our agenda? So, okay. I will add that we received emails from various members of the community regarding the skate park issue, and we received a total of 37 new emails that are also in since the packets came out, and these are all in print. And there was in total there was 16 for the skate park and 21 against it. And so we had all the council members has a copy of that. The City Council has been contracted via email by several members of the public, and their correspondence is a matter of public record. So anyone who would like to see any of the correspondence, this is public record, so you can request that through the city clerk. Thank you. Is there any additions or deletions to the agenda at this time? Okay. We have some house cleaning right here to do, and we'll do it real quickly, and we'll get through it. We have this is a time for public comments. Anyone who would like to address the council on any issue that is not on our agenda this evening, please step forward to the podium.
Good evening. I'm Darrell Johnson, and
Jane Slickerath.
And we represent the Seniors Council of San Benito County and Santa Cruz County. And we're here to congratulate Stephanie Harlan and Michael Torini for their re-election to the council, and also Jack Bertrand for his election to the council. We appreciate the good work you do and look forward to sharing with you in the future.
We're sharing our time. We also want to share a couple things that the Seniors Council has been involved with over the holiday season. We're proud that our in-kind program distributed over $200,000 worth of toys, bedding, and household appliances and other products to local nonprofit organizations in early December for distribution to their clients. These products were provided for a cost of less than $6,000. We also awarded over $70,000 in one-time only funding to our local network of contracted senior service providers.
And in January at our board meeting, we voted to merge with the Companion for Life program, adding their emergency response system to our growing network of providers. Companion for Life becomes the 5th program to join the Seniors Council in the past decade. And we again appreciate the $5,000 that you folks designated to that program last year. The Seniors Council continues to serve the vulnerable seniors throughout the community, and we invite all of you to meet with our board and staff to learn more about our efforts and about the condition of older adults in Santa Cruz County. We also want to thank you for your continued support for seniors programs. Thank you much.
Thank you both for coming in this evening. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Norton and council members. My name is Molly Ordy, and I'm just here representing the Capitola Village Residents Association. I'm going to be reporting back to our board on the results of your meeting tonight, and also want to just notify everybody that we're having a Neighbors Night dinner at Paradise Grill on Monday, March 23rd, and everybody in the room is invited, so mark your calendars and come and join us and meet your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Is there any other member of the public who would like to address us on any issues not on our agenda? Staff? No? Council? One item, Mike.
I think that, Mr. Mayor, for a future City Council agenda in the next 9 months to a year, it's been brought to my attention that we're a mere 5 or 10 years away from having a new grammar school. which means we will totally lose our soccer field. So we need to agendize or have brainstorming session or a workshop or whatever to find a place to put our soccer players in Capitola. Thank you.
Is there agreement in the council with that?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Josh, yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay. I'd just like to announce that I approached the Fair Political Practice Commission to determine if I'm eligible to be part of this decision. And it is the case that I am eligible to be part of this decision. The process is such that we are a small town, and there's 6 conditions that have to be fulfilled. I fulfill all 6 conditions to be a part of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. We'll move to the consent calendar right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Stephanie, excuse me. Go ahead.
There's a meeting tomorrow night that some of you probably heard about that you might be interested in going to. That is a beginning discussion from 6 to 8 at the Kaiser Arena that is going to discuss a possibility of a Santa Cruz County Redwoods National Monument. And Fred Keeley is hosting it, and former Interior Secretary Bruce Babbitt's going to be there. And if you have a chance, go, because just to see him and hear him is fabulous. So that's going to be that'll be an interesting meeting, and I don't know whether they're going to televise it at community television, but a couple of other really good speakers will be there, and it's just a chance to hear a national figure speak. They don't often come to Santa Cruz, so it's Santa Cruz County, so it's really, really fun to take the opportunity to see them when we can. Also, the Chamber of Commerce Annual Business Showcase is next Thursday, the 19th, from 4 to 7 at the Capitola Mall. And this is a chance for people to come and learn about businesses, ask questions of businesses, show their business off. And it's open to the public. There's a food court that's special for that night, just not the regular mall food court. But it's a chance just to kind of wander around and see kind of what's going on in the business community in Capitola. And if you have any particular interests or requests or things like that, that's the time to go and network with everybody.
Thank you, Stephanie. Christine, you had a comment from staff?
Treasurer comments.
Okay.
So last meeting I wasn't able to be here, and we put on the agenda to, I requested on the agenda to discuss Measure O funds. And I wanted to see if Jamie, could you pull up the Measure O presentation? So, so I wanted to touch on a couple things on that slide. So for background noise, for those of you who don't know, Measure O was an increase in our tax measure, and the promise was that those funds would be used for improvement projects for our roads, and if we needed to use some of those funds for our reserve. And so I just wanted to, we passed this in 2012, and you will see that the highlighted years are the years we've had. The Measure O funds that have come in have almost all been used exactly for improvements of our roads. Some of the funds were used to hire another public works person, because when you have more projects, then you have to hire people to do those projects. And then you'll see the amount that has gone into our reserves, $136,000, and then $463,000, and $447,000. So the goal is to simply rebuild our reserves since after the flood. So I just wanted to report on that. The promise was that those funds would be used for our roads, and they have been, and the city's made good on that promise. And so I wanted to say thanks.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. We move to the consent agenda at this time, and all items in the consent agenda will be voted on one motion. And is there any member of the public who would like to pull any of the items on the consent agenda? Please step forward. We have none. Council?
Move.
Yeah, I have a question. For item B, when are we going to agendize that? For item B, when are we going to agendize that for public review and comment?
This is the hearing on the PERS rates, and it's on your agenda this evening on the consent calendar. So this is the opportunity to discuss it if you'd like.
Okay, I don't think this is the right time to do that. I would like a presentation at some other point in the future, near future,
I think this is a very important issue, the PERS rate adjustment that's going to affect our general fund and our budget in years to come.
You're asking for a continuance.
Yes.
I would second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All of us in favor of continuing item 8B, please say for.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we'll continue that item. Is there a motion to approve the other item?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We will move to the item at hand, and while you're all here. First of all, thank all of you for joining us here this meeting. Can I ask would everybody stand up for a second? Including the council.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You look around this room, we're all neighbors and friends or neighbors. I want you, we're going to take 1 minute here and turn to the person on both sides of you and say hello to him, introduce yourself to him. Say hello to everybody. Just feels like church. Who are you? Cool.
Peace be with you. He's a Catholic.
I know. I got it.
You are? Whole list. All right. I know.
I call myself a skilled Catholic.
Because he wanted to do the 40 years. I've been to church for 4 years. Oh, really?
Okay. And peace be with you.
Got to talk to the priest before you get there.
Good job. Just let all the hot air out of the room. We're all comfortable now. Thank you for that. I'm going to go over so everyone knows the ground rules and what we're doing here this evening. I'm going to go over the rules that we will hold in place during this public hearing. Understand this is an important issue, and many people feel passionate about this subject. Please remember that we are a community, and we have to live together after this is over too. We're still neighbors. Please refrain from applause on all speakers. Cheering, jeering, booing from the audience. We need to refrain from all of that. We need to be respectful to each other. You will not advance your interest by attempting to be louder than your opposition. In addition, the applaud and the booing can be seen as intimidation and limit someone's ability to speak freely on this subject. And we're going to allow everyone that would like to speak tonight. But by the way, if you haven't got a number at the back, you should go get one if you'd like to speak. We will be conducting the public hearing tonight using speaker slips. These slips are available in the back of the room, so your numbers are in the back. And if you'd like to speak, please take a number and prior to the conclusion of the staff presentation, which is right now. So we're going to cut off, although I will allow other people to speak if it comes down to that. As mayor and asked the staff report, I'll first allow the project proponents 8 minutes to present their concept, and then 8 minutes to the project opponents to outline their opposition. I will allow an opportunity of rebuttal by those two parties of 2 minutes at the completion of all the public speaking. After the conclusion of the presentation, I will determine how much time each speaker will be given, and which I will do in a second as soon as I know how many people are signed up to speak. Do we have that number yet? Larry?
62.
52, thank you.
62.
62, okay. 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 We'll hear everybody.
5 minutes.
Time cannot be shared with other speakers. A mother and a child can come up together. That's fine. Sharing time is not allowed. The person who is up to speak and the next speaker and the third speaker in line should line up at this side of the podium. And as you can hear the number as they come up, if we call the number comes up the podium, just be ready to come up and speak. It'd be really easy to be passed by. If you get out of the room for like 10 minutes, you miss your speaker time. We will have one speaker at the dais at one time at a time, and we'll make exceptions for parents with their minor children. They can come up together, and we would like to see that. That's encouraged. If you agree with the points made by a previous speaker, it's perfectly acceptable to simply state that you agree with the previous speaker on that topic. You don't need to repeat everything that someone else has said. You may say that you agree with the person in front of you, and you should not feel compelled at all to reiterate on those points. And most of us, please be respectful to everyone in the room. We are entitled to our own perspective on this subject, and we have a difference in perspective here. There is no one right answer, and it's unlikely that you are going to change anyone's opinion by behaving poorly. What is on the table tonight is a proposal by a group of residents to build a skateboard park at Monterey Park. There are 3 possible outcomes of tonight's hearing. The council may vote to end further consideration of the skateboard park at Monterey. The council may indicate that their support for the project and direct staff and the project proponents to develop the documents necessary to consider a final approval of the project in the future. Or the council may continue this item hearing and defer to a decision at a later night. I want to be clear that the City Council cannot give final approval of this project tonight. It can only take one of the 3 steps that I outlined here. Okay, we'll move to staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Steve Jesberg, Public Works Director. The item before you, as you mentioned, is the consideration of a construction of a in-ground skate park at Monterey Park. Just to give us some quick background on our multiple hearings and attempts to build a skate park within the city. The city has considered multiple sites over the last 8 years. I went back and looked at staff reports, and I think we've considered every piece of property that the city owns and tried to put a skate park in there. In 2011 and 2012, Monterey Park was explored as a potential site with the council, and the council ultimately agreed to consider a 6,000 square foot design if it was supported by private donations. At that time, the effort died as there was a lack of private donations at that point, and the council moved forward. In 2013, when considering options for the McGregor property, the council chose to construct a multi-use park at that facility with a skate park, a dog park, and a bike park. I'll include a little graphic of what that park looks like. That is currently under construction. We anticipate we're waiting for some structural calcs on the skate park portion of it, which we hope to get moving in the next week or so. As we were moving forward with the McGregor Park, the original proponents of the skate park at Monterey Park restarted their efforts and have now proposed a 6,000 square foot plan to be paid for by private donations. On November 25th of last year, the council approved the final design of the McGregor Park and then also directed staff to agendize this hearing here tonight on the Monterey Park skate proposal. So here's the plan that the proponents have prepared, showing a 6,000 square foot park at Monterey Park. I know the vicinity map is small. It's in the same location that we had considered back in 2011, 2012, smaller in size before we included removal of eucalyptus trees. That is not included in this design. So tonight's hearing, as the mayor's already mentioned, is to conduct a public hearing. I have 2 of the options. Continuing, it's always an option. You can direct staff to work with the project proponents to develop agreements for the development of the plans, environmental review and permitting, and a project schedule, or you reject the proposal, or as you mentioned, you can continue it. And I think that's my report. If you have any questions of staff.
Questions of staff?
Mostly the city manager, and perhaps you can do this during the course of this hearing. If you could put the Google map up there, and so we all have a good perspective on where people are talking about, because I'm certain that where someone lives is going to be a subject of their public comments on a regular basis. It would be nice for us to actually envision it. Just a thought.
Okay. Can you do that, Jamie?
Yes, we can.
Any questions of staff?
No.
Stephanie?
Oh, yeah, I do. You know, if we direct staff to work with the project proponents to develop the agreements, are there coastal commission issues? Are there CEQA issues? Are there? I mean, what are the hurdles that would take place? And most importantly, what do you feel the staff load would be to make this all happen, should we proceed to go forward?
Councilmember Termini, members of the council, if this is viewed as a private development project proposed by the private party, it would be processed just as any other project would be, and staff time would be reimbursed just as if we were processing any other development application. If it became a city project, obviously then the workload would fall on staff and the Public Works Department to manage it as a public project. So if we're treating it as a private development proposed by a private applicant, we would basically reimburse for all costs.
Okay. And I noticed that in 2011, on a 3-2 vote, it was approved to go forward. Does that mean anything was decided then, or I'm trying to get an idea of why we're here tonight, besides the obvious? And if it was approved, then why are we coming back? Or was it not really approved?
It was not approved. The item before you in 2012, I think, was a 9,000 square foot design. There was no consensus to move forward with that. There was some discussion on whether it should involve the removal of the trees. And like you said, on a 3-2 vote, it was agreed to kind of table at that idea and ask the proponents to come back with a 6,000 square foot. So it was agreed to continue looking at it, but there was certainly no approval of a 6,000 square foot design or a commitment on behalf of the city to process a project at that site.
Thank you, because there were question marks in the community, and I wanted to answer that up front. Thank you.
My question has to do with the adjacent school. So in general, I'd like to know if we reached out to the school district to ask their opinion on this particular issue. We have an open campus. Capitola is blessed with an open campus. People use the area around the school. There's no guards or fences or any other kind of impediment to people walking on the campus that I know of. You have to check in. You have to have a reason to go there. But also note, since I live fairly close, that the school uses the park, Monterey Park, extensively, for their PE, I guess. I don't know really how they set that down, what they're doing, but I know they're out there all the time. I'm familiar with a lot of school campuses that are closed. When there's an activity that draws a lot of people's attention to that area next to the school, like a city park, for instance, they close it off during school time. So have we talked to the school district about the effect of a skate park on the school itself, whether that would mean they'd have to close off the park during the day? Would they have to put fencing up? Would they have to have any other kind of, I guess, something to do with access, basically, to the public?
We have notified the school district, just like we did. We sent out notices to all the neighboring properties around the park. I have not had any, one-on-one discussions with them related to this project.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple. Rich Gamel, Rich here? No. Rich? Is Rich here?
He is here. He may be in this overflow
space. He's in the community room. Yeah.
Get you up front for a second, Rich. Thank you. Hi, Rich. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council.
During the last general plan update, can you tell us if there was any change in the land use designation or the use of this park as written in the 2013 general plan as compared to the 84 general plan?
No, there was no change. The previous general plan adopted in 1989 designated the site for parks and open space. That designation is identical today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Steve, could you describe what the present uses of the Monterey Park are? Okay.
So this was provided by the Recreation League, and this is the leagues that they organize or the rentals that they organize. It's based on the current request and the 2014 usage. So Mid-County Pony League uses it for practices February and March, Monday through Saturday at various times. New Brighton Middle School uses it for various sports activities, September through May. That's mainly after school, soccer and softball, I think. And they also, as Councilman Bertrand mentioned, use it for PE programs throughout the day intermittently. I mean, I don't think they have a set schedule, but they certainly use it on a regular basis for their PE programs. Capitola Recreation Adult Softball Leagues are run there Monday through Thursday in July through September. Mid-County Youth Soccer, again, runs most of the days of the week, July through November. And then there's some West Valley United Soccer, I'm not sure what that is. They've rented it for 3 days this year for soccer practice. So those are the current uses that are booked by Capitola Recreation Department.
Thank you, Steve. I'll explain again, there is a back room here that has a TV set, and if anybody would like to sit down in there or have a seat, they're welcome to do that. Democracy is a participatory process. We have 60 people that would like to speak tonight. We will let every one of them speak, but what that means in time is the public portion of this meeting will be approximately 3 hours long. What I ask you to do is you come to the podium, please try not to repeat what other people have said. Bring something new to the podium and speak your piece. You have the time. Everyone's going to have 2 minutes to say their piece in this. But to keep this hearing within reason, try and limit your speech to issues that haven't been covered before or in support of something that already has been supported. Thank you for that. We will call to the podium the proponents of the project, please. Who's keeping the time on this? Sue? Okay. Okay.
8 minutes.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Hi, I'm Tricia Proctor.
Marie Martorella.
And first off, we would like to thank the mayor, council, and staff for all their time, patience, listening, reading, meeting, and research. And we also want to clarify that we are here tonight to talk about Monterey Park, not McGregor. So our focus tonight is Monterey. So we are hoping each of you had time to read the agenda packet, and if you have any questions during our presentation, please ask. We are going to address a few concerns that may or may not come up during public comment. But first, we would like to point out, after reviewing the agenda packet ourselves, we were perplexed as we noticed that immediate residents living on Monterey Avenue signed both petitions, in favor and not. To us, that means they are neutral and don't have an opinion either way. So we are hoping you will take that into consideration with your vote. We also have maps showing who signed our petition that we included in your packet, but we don't feel it's respectful to expose those up on the big screen who would rather remain neutral. We are hoping you notice the dual signatures as well. Also, we noticed several letters from the same individuals opposing, 16 letters from 3 households in particular. In your agenda packet, you should have also noticed that we have 5 school board members who have sent you emails stating they have no opinion, and one of them even quoted that Monterey Avenue Park belongs to the city of Capitola and that it is up to the city to decide what to do with Monterey Avenue Park. Additionally, we would like to incorporate an art project surrounding the skate park with direction from the school board and city. A few concerns that may come up are traffic, noise, and no children at the park. Monterey Avenue is a thoroughfare and allows direct access to Highway 1 as well as a school, 2 churches, and of course the neighborhood. The good news is we don't see any additional traffic being of concern with the skate park, as most residents will walk to the park as they do now. And most of the children that will be using the skate park are not old enough to drive. Talk about noise. And Steve, can you please put up that decibel reading chart? Thank you. For many of those opposing because fear of added noise, well, that's because their experience with a skateboard is rolling down the street or sidewalk. The street is rougher than the skate park. Most of the wheel sound in a skate park will be inaudible, especially being an in-ground versus above ground. One letter from a resident who has a background in public acoustics claims that skate park noise is extremely dangerous. Yet, a study was done by a chief noise officer, and he noted that a skate park is actually less than normal street noise. So for an example, a skate park's decibel reading is 65, and then a truck passing by on Monterey Avenue would read at 100. This study is a wealth of knowledge and very positive for anybody with noise concern from the skate park. However, yes, traffic and noise are inherent living along a major artery such as Monterey Avenue. Also, a few residents pointed out that they do not want to see nor hear children at the park. It's a park, and therefore, we do not have any other answers on that. Some were concerned about the green space, grassy knoll, quiet open area for reflection. So Monterey Park is a recreational park. And let us point out, from the updated general plan that was adopted June 2014, the land use section 1313, it states Monterey Park, and it says develop as an active park with neighborhood serving facilities and amenities. This is key because neighbors who would be served by this development have stated overwhelmingly by the number of signatures, letters, and those in the room tonight that they want and support this amenity here at Monterey Park. Green space is defined as a piece of land that is underdeveloped and minimally accessible to the public. Monterey Park does not fit this description. And also, please keep in mind that we are only asking to use 3.52% of this 4-acre park to be set aside for this amenity. And please remember that this community park does belong to all 10,000 residents of Capitola.
I have 3 minutes to read. Property value was also mentioned. Homes in the area are already, quote, compromised, for lack of a better word, simply because of their proximity to the school, the church, and the park. The good news is that the amenities in this park will not lower or increase those property values, as those have already been set by where they are designated. Some questions have come up regarding multiple uses at one park. There are endless solutions for making sure everyone is safe, and many parks all over use multiple use. Element. We heard lots of comments about the element using this park. I would like to ask all the children to stand or raise your hand. This is your element here. These are the children that live within the community, the neighborhood, and also attend school there. They are kind, respectful, smart, and funny, and they are excited to have a safe place to skate with their friends. The issue of graffiti and trash, I don't know why anyone would think that there would be additional graffiti and trash, as our city does not allow that anywhere else. The park will not be an eyesore. No one wants an ugly skate park, and we certainly are not asking to propose the building of an ugly site. Lastly, the public safety concerns. The police and fire department do an amazing job at enforcement of the safety and laws in our city. There is no reason to believe they cannot continue to protect the citizens using this park any less than they do now. Being in the middle of town, adjacent to the school and churches, also make this an easy route. And additionally, the Central Fire Department Union sent a letter supporting this project as well, and that is in your packet. Please allow the majority of your residents this opportunity, as when all is said and done, the fear of having a skate park built and what it may bring ultimately will not happen and come true. The fears are often very unfounded, and they never become a reality. This has been proven over and over again with skate parks all over the county and the country in heavily dense neighborhoods. We wanted to get a silent show of hands as to the number of people in this room and the community room as well who are here tonight to support this project. I think you can see that the majority of the people here tonight feel very passionate about this project, as do we. And we do feel that this is the best place in our town, as the community deserves to be able to use that park for everyone in the community, not just certain folks who live next door. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie and Trish.
Do you have any questions?
We'll come back to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is your time.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and City Council members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lisa Steingroup, and I've been asked to give a short presentation on why our neighborhood, the section of Cliffwood Heights that is closest to the proposed Monterey Avenue Park, is opposed to the building of this second park. Before I get into those issues, we would like to thank the city for designating the McGregor site as the future multi-use park, one that would be host to skateboarders, pump bikers, and dog walkers. This process has taken a long time, and we are glad that a site has finally been found in our area. It doesn't seem appropriate to us to consider the building of another skate park in a city of 1.67 square miles. I want to note that we are not against skateboarding. We are just opposed to the location of a second park at the Monterey site. There are many reasons for our opposition. One of the main concerns is the proximity of the proposed park to the nearby homes in our neighborhood. Skateboarding is a noisy sport, either when you're skating or when you're getting to the skate park. And that's not a problem unless it's in your front or backyard. It doesn't mean skating is bad, it's just inherently noisy. The Monterey site would be just across the street from Monterey Avenue, right adjacent to Junipero Court, and practically in the backyards of those folks who live on Orchid Court. Skates parks belong where kids can be noisy and have fun without impacting the serenity of a neighborhood. Monterey Avenue is already a busy thoroughfare, as Trish pointed out. Many cars use the Park Avenue exit and are directed by signage to continue onto Monterey Avenue to get to Capitola Village. We also have a school on our street that has extremely congested drop-off and pickup traffic every day. There are churches at both ends of the street, which can be heavily attended on weekdays and weekends and holidays. Monterey Park is a very active park with many team practices and sports games throughout the week and on Saturdays and Sundays. A skate park would add more traffic, noise, and congestion in an already highly impacted area. Monterey Park is the last green space owned by the City of Capitola. Turning that space into a cycloned, fenced, cement structure would be heartbreaking to me and many of the people who stroll through that park every day of the week. We also believe the surrounding neighborhood would lose much of the available street parking near their homes if a skate park goes in at Monterey Avenue. It would be highly used by all ages 7 days a week, and we also think it would become a destination park. The proposed 6,000 square foot park has every feature of the previous 9,000 square foot park, including bowls, rails, and pipes. It's not just for younger children. We also believe that the park would eventually sponsor competitions, contests, and other related events. We have been told by many professionals in the real estate industry that a skate park near residential homes is likely to significantly lower property values, and that could add up over time to a loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars to surrounding homeowners. A skate park also creates an opportunity for vandalism, not by the kids skating perhaps, but by kids skating after the park's closed and officially locked. It would create an increase in maintenance and law enforcement costs, and with another skate park so close at McGregor, it doubles those costs and consumes a lot of the city's valuable time and resources. A skate park on Monterey Avenue would also create an attractive nuisance for New Brighton middle schoolers, as older skaters and those teens who are in alternative ed programs and don't attend daily classes could be coming and going to the park during school hours. Having been a high school teacher for 35 years and a frequent substitute teacher currently, I can't imagine trying to teach a lesson with the noise and visual distraction of a skate park so close to the school. Lastly, I would like you to note that the City Council, under the Capitola General Plan, and I quote, has a duty to preserve the character of residential neighborhoods. A skate park in our front and backyards would not do that. Also under the General Plan, in the section concerning noise-sensitive use, it states, and again I quote, the city has a duty to keep a location free from unwanted sounds that could adversely affect the use of land such as residences, schools, or hospitals. Skateboarding, and this is where probably Trish and I and Marie agree, is an athletic sport, and it does get kids outside doing a healthy cardio activity. It helps our youth develop better physical coordination and aids in building strong social relationships and positive interactions with their peers. But it just doesn't belong in a residential neighborhood. The McGregor site is the perfect location. Thank you.
Thank you. You have another 2 minutes if you'd like
I have
to.
another 2 minutes.
Yes.
Could I give that to someone else that would like to talk on a related? I thought I had 5 minutes only. I'm sorry.
Okay. Let's move on, and you get 2 minutes in the end too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank
and
you.
So we'll start with the speaker number 1 on the list.
I am number 1.
You are number 1. Okay, then we got a number 2 then, please. And if we could clear the area over here by the white screen, and so the next 2 speakers should 2 and 3, or excuse me, 2, 3, and 4 stand up behind them. So and listen for the numbers as they're called out, so you'll be able to go up there, and we'll try and move through this as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Thank you.
And please give us your name, and if you would like, give us your address or where you live.
Okay.
Okay.
My name is Marilyn Mortar. I live at 218 Unibrow Court, so I'm a very close neighbor to the potential park here. And I really agree with all the things that Lisa said. We've been talking about this as soon as we found out that it was actually happening again, because it was quite a surprise to most of us. We thought that the issue had gone away, and we were thrilled that the park was going to be over at McGregor, where there are no neighbors to be bothered by it. And I noticed that you mentioned several times that you have had lots of other areas where you tried to put the park, but you had opposition from the immediate neighbors, and so you didn't do it. So I'm wondering, if you have so much opposition from the immediate neighbors here, why are you still considering it? It's going to add noise, and I know they said it wasn't going to be noisy, but it's got the rails and the drops, and those things make a lot of noise. Plus, it's going to add a lot of traffic. And the other question I have is, are you actually considering this instead of McGregor? Because I'm kind of getting that feeling, like maybe if you have this one paid for, then you don't have to build a McGregor park.
I'm going to answer you on that. No, McGregor stays is operating, so it's already being built.
Great.
It will be a skateboard park.
That's a wonderful idea. I'm thrilled that you're doing it there. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Meryl.
Hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Dr. Fran Fromm. Stephanie, it's nice to finally meet you in person after many phone calls. I want to be brief. You all have received a letter from me with regard to my concerns. Let me just underline that I agree with all of Lisa's, the opposition presenters' points, and I want to just underline my concern with noise, policing, traffic, vandalism, and not just at the beginning. I'm concerned also for all of those issues over time, and also during different periods of time. I live in Capitola Knolls. I'm a homeowner there and have been for over a decade. What this means is there will be 2 skate parks, one on either side of me. I will say that the values given by the proponents of the skate park for noise do not make any sense to me, and I'm considered one of the world's leading experts. I don't mean to be immodest, but it's true. I've been a consultant to many cities and on national and international review boards with regard to standards for noise. And so although I'm hoping that as a result of tonight's meeting, the skateboard facility will not be approved. Please let me urge you that if it's not dismissed, to please make sure that all the relevant data with regard to the issues I raised are obtained and studied, and let me offer whatever assistance I can with regard to the areas of expertise that I have to the council and all the committees here in Capitola. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Fran.
Oh, there's one. Never mind. Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Darren Harris, and I live at 722 Orchid Avenue. Basically, the Monterey Park is in my backyard, so NIMBY has become a real thing to me. And mostly I would like to reiterate all of Lisa's concerns. You already have a letter from me, and I'd like to emphasize my concerns that I stated there as well. And I don't have terribly much more to say about that. Let me finish signing in here.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't ahead of time. Yeah. Okay. You know what we could do is we can hand the clipboard it back, and then you guys can sign it ahead of time there. Thank you, Darren. Appreciate it. We're speaking to guest speaker number 4 right now. 5? It's 5?
Speeding right through it. One was Lisa.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, number 5. Excuse me.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'd also like to thank Dr. Fromm for speaking tonight. She is an expert on noise. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. I know I've been here before talking about my feeling about the skate parks and other issues in the neighborhood. I just would like to add my voice to my neighbors who feel that another skate park and one in Monterey Park does not belong in a residential neighborhood. I feel pretty strongly that we have very little space, and it would be a shame to add a second skateboard park just in terms of the space we have and what we have available for children of all interests and abilities. I really am very supportive of McGregor Park. I realize that the city has struggled for many years with finding a place for a skate park, and I'd like to thank you and let you know how much I appreciate all the time and energy that has gone into creating the multi-use park at McGregor. I know that the dog people appreciate it. I know the people with bicycles appreciate it, and I know that some skateboard users appreciate it too. And again, I'd like to thank you and express my appreciation for the work that you've done for the city of Capitola and for the future and for all our children with different interests. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Al Globus, and I'm basically opposed to the park in that location. I think that the council really exhibited good governance when they put a multi-use facility in McGregor. I think that was a really good job. I don't think good governance would be having 2 skate parks right next to each other. They're about 300 yards apart. If we wanted to have a second skate park, it should be on the other side of the creek or someplace closer to that part of town. There's a couple of specific things that people haven't mentioned. One is that as we found out at the community meeting, we were in the park area and a baseball came in and hit a woman in the wrist. There's going to have to be an outfield fence. It's going to have to be 10, 12, I don't know how high, but it's going to have to be high. It's going to be big, and it's going to be disruptive. People are going to climb on it, and it's going to be really ugly. Okay, the concrete is ugly enough. The fence arguably is even uglier. I think there's going to be a lot of noise as well. Second thing is, the biggest drop in the plans I got a chance to look at was about 6 feet. For a really expert skate That's nothing, okay? But there's plenty of 16, 17, 18-year-olds would find that quite challenging. So the notion that there's just going to be middle schoolers, that's not what's going to happen. The other thing that I'd like to bring up is right now Capitola has one soccer field. It's at Jade Street Park. That's going to go away. I don't know exactly when, but it's going to go away eventually. The school's going to be put in there. The lease is going to be up one way or another. The only piece of grass in Capitola that could support a soccer field is Monterey Park. And if you orient it the way you have to orient it now, it's incompatible with the baseball. So you get in a situation where you either have no soccer fields at all in Capitola, or you lose the baseball park. However, if you rotate, and this would require some study, you may be able to fit in if you rotate it and use the space that people are talking about for the park. So the point I'm making is that if this park goes in and Jade Street goes away, that's it. There's no soccer fields in Capitola at all. I really don't think that's the sort of thing we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Trevor Bryce. I live on Orchid Avenue, right behind Monterey Park. I'm opposed to the Monterey site for the same reasons that many people here are opposed to it, primarily being that we have another park at McGregor. It seems illogical to have two. Noise, I'm just reiterating now, but I'm not sure what else can be said about it. Why have two? And there are people who are for this site and have come back again after a period of where it was sort of tabled before. Why are they doing this? Why they already have a skate park? I'm curious to know what reasons beyond, if they want a skate park, they've got a skate park. Why they need a second one? Thank you.
Thank you, friend.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Campion. I just wanted to bring up something I saw this morning in the Santa Cruz Sentinel. I'm sure many people in this room saw the article and read the paper. The opponents were claiming in their cons section that skateboarding is dangerous. And I just wanted to bring up the results from the National Safety Council for 2014. And this is information that is readily available to all of you, and I have a copy here as well. This is injuries for ages 5 to 14. These sports that I'm going to list are more dangerous than skateboarding. They would be roller skating, cheerleading, football, baseball, soccer, track and field, and riding bicycles. Statistically, all more dangerous than skateboarding, and all allowed currently at the park. So I think that that is, I felt misleading, and I just wanted to clear the slate that skateboarding is not dangerous. I think that there's always attempts to pigeonhole skateboarders as being a negative addition to the community. I feel it's quite the contrary. I do not see an element of crime increasing, and I feel very strongly about that. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to hear both sides of the story. I am in favor of skateboarding at Monterey Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Hi, my name is Riley Turner, and I go to New Brighton Middle School, and I got my first skateboard when I was 4 years old, which was a Sweet Rolled Industry deck. My dad taught me how to ride. I'm happy to be here tonight to show my support for building a skate park by my school on Monterey Avenue. I enjoy both skating and taking pictures and video clips of my friends that are both boy and girl rippers. I know it will be really fun to have skate sessions with my friends and not have to wait for my parents to drive me. Having the skate park at Monterey Avenue will make it easy for me and my friends to hang out in a safe location. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I hope to one day soon shred this park. Council members, I think this will be a really safe place for me and all the local kids to hang out. Thank you.
Why don't all of you give your names? Give the names to the microphone, sir.
Hi, I'm Cindy Harwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Cindy.
Hi, I'm Dakota Slaughter.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie Berry.
Katie.
I'm Sarah Eisenstark.
Thank you, Sarah.
I'm Kaylee Cook.
Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you, all of you. So, if I'm not mistaken, we're on speaker number 10.
I'm number 11. If there's a 10. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
How you guys doing? My name's Paul. I'm born and raised here in Capitola, and I personally love skateboarding. The only thing I like more than riding my skateboard myself is seeing kids get stoked and have fun riding their skateboards. Having grown up here in Capitola, I had always wished when I was younger that I had a place to skate. Only places that were available for me to skate were miles from my home, and I wasn't always able to get there. Now that I'm older, I've had the opportunity to travel to countless skate parks between Seattle and San Diego, and I've seen the positive effect a well-designed, centrally located skate park can have on a community. I think we have an amazing opportunity here to support the families and youth in our community through this skate park. It would provide a fun, permanent, and safe place for the kids to ride their skateboards. Families both present and future would benefit from this skate park and would have the opportunity to build lifelong friendships and bonds through skateboarding as I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I'm Robin Gaither, and I'm at 223 Junipero Court, and believe it or not, I built my first skateboard about 50-some years ago with a 2x4 and nailed skates onto it and got a rope, and we went behind the station wagon on the street. So we've come a long way with skateboarding, and I think it's wonderful to see all these healthy young people out here wanting to be outdoors and get exercise. I'm all for that, and particularly for girls getting involved in this. I don't have concerns about it being a bad element or any of that. My concerns are the location and feeling that the council did an excellent job in taking a piece of property that was adding no value to the community and becoming a really attractive resource for the entire community. So I guess I'd add my echoing to we have a nice park and a good skate facility coming in. Everything is dangerous. I don't think skateboarding is any more dangerous than a lot of other things we can do, particularly going behind the station wagon with the rope. So I don't have a problem with that either. I just have a problem with two parks located so closely and the taxing that will put on city resources and time and energy. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin.
Hi, my name's Narina Munn, and I live at 518 Oak Drive. My husband and I have lived and worked in the Capitola community since our son was born. He's 13 now, and he's in his second year at New Brighton Middle School. And one reason we love this area and why we wanted to be here is because of the defined surf and skate culture, both of which have positive characteristics and benefits that my family puts great value on. Monterey Park Avenue is a lot easier for a lot of the neighborhood kids to go to compared to McGregor. They don't have to try to navigate their way on the street past the entrance to New Brighton State Beach and keep going. Monterey, I feel it's an ideal location for the skate park. It'll further foster our strong sense of community, build camaraderie among the kids and families, and help keep our children active and healthy in a safe, secure environment. So my family and I thank you for your serious consideration of this as a good option. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Maria.
Hi, my name is Chris Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Bertrand, for coming out to our neighborhood yesterday. I live right behind the proposed location. And I also used to work at Derby, at the school adjacent to Derby. I was a janitor there. I was also head of campus supervision, and we actually did patrols at Derby Park. So I was just going to talk about the neighborhood, but I have to say I've painted over a heck of a lot of graffiti at Derby Park. I've filed a lot of pictures of gang tags with the police department. So I have to disagree that graffiti doesn't come along with skate parks. I don't know why it does. My experience shows there was a lot of late night use. so I know a lot about Derby Park, probably more than the skaters here, because I was there many, many, many hours late into the night. What I don't know is what the folks living around Derby Park experienced. I do know a lot about Monterey Park because I live there. One of the things that I'm having a lot of trouble with, because I'm not anti-skate, I love these kids. I love kids. Anybody who knows me from the school knows I love kids.
Please address the council.
My kids skated. We had a half pipe in our backyard. We paid for the hospital bills. Yes, they get hurt. But, you know, that's the reality, but it goes along with being a kid, too. The thing I'm having a problem with is the hate that's being generated by this process. I'm not anti-skate, but I'm kind of anti-hate. And this neighborhood has already been negatively impacted by this. I'm seeing families pointing fingers at other families and houses and saying that's the bad house. I'm seeing an incredible amount of vitriol and venom. And if we can't even handle the idea of a skate park, what happens when people have more and more skaters and overreact to the skaters, you know? Because that's what people do. They overreact to skaters. And then what happens when the skaters come and they overreact to the neighbors? This is another concern. So whatever happens today, I hope we can tone down the hate a little bit, maybe restore our neighborhood, because right now it's not fun living on Orchid Avenue. Thanks a lot, and thanks for your great work.
Thank you, Chris. I think we're on number 14. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Council, how you doing? My name is David Donato. I've been a resident here at Capitola since 1975. I live at 511 Monterey Avenue. I'm here representing my parents who couldn't make it. They live at 515 Monterey Avenue. I'm opposed to the park, not because of the skating, you know, not because of the noise. We have a park. You know, I remember years ago when we turned down the church that they want to put there in the 90s, you know, because it would have been 3 churches. Do you remember that? I'm not against skating. You know, I grew up in this town, born and raised. I know the scene. You know, all my friends skate. You know, I know a lot of the kids here. We have a park. I would love to see a soccer field there. Some kind of activities for someone like myself in 53 years old. You know, I don't plan on going anywhere. I would like to have something to where as I get into my later years I could walk across the street and exercise some kind of, I don't know, ropes, jumps, you know, activities as I get older. I work at Whole Foods. I get off work at 9:15 every night. I usually come home by 9:30. I work out in my garage every night till like 12 o'clock, and I know what happens at night there. You know, there's a lot of times where I'm jumping out of my garage and chasing kids. I'm going across the street to the school because the kids are up on top of the ceiling. I'm the one that called when they burned down the snack shack on campus. I've seen a lot. You know, I've been growing up in the neighborhood. I've seen a lot in the neighborhood, and I think we're becoming a small town with large issues, you know, and being here for the many years that I've been here, I've seen it, you know, and it's nothing to get the skaters. We have a park. In closing, all I want to say, I would just love to see a soccer field across the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
16. I don't know if there's a 15.
Is there a 15 in there?
Okay.
You go ahead.
Okay. My name is Terry Tedder. I live at 222 Junipero Court, so this is definitely an issue for me. I'd like to say that my 3 grandsons are skaters. The oldest one can skate with a skateboard that looks like it's impossible. It's only got one wheel on the front and one on the back, and they both swivel. I have no idea how he does it. I have a lot of respect for it. I don't have a lot of respect for a second skate park in this town, and especially in a place where it's going to impact the neighborhood. And if you put a big concrete and chain link structure in that park, it's going to cut down the size of the park, and it's going to make it less usable than it is for other issues, which wouldn't necessarily be a problem except that it's redundant. And I agree with everything that Lisa had to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Terry. Do we still have a 15 out there? That was a 16, so. That was what?
There was no 15.
It wasn't? Okay.
17.
Okay, 17, please.
Hi, City Council members. Thank you for letting me speak. Pretty much, I would like to see everyone in the room be able to come up with a compromise. And the compromise that I would propose would perhaps be a skate park that could accommodate toddlers through 5th grade with no jumps, and but it would provide something that we could at least start with and see how the noise would be. It wouldn't have the jumps in it, but it is an issue in our neighborhood, and I want everyone to work together. And perhaps the size could be maybe 2,000 square feet. So it's a third of the size of the proposal, but maybe it would work. That's all.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. Dan Steingrub, 701 Monterey Avenue. Just a couple of things I think are important to bring up. My wife and I heard that we are child unfriendly. Well, having raised 2 children in Capitola and currently having 6 grandchildren, I'd like to dispel that notion. And Lisa and I are not against skate parks, just the location of one proposed at Monterey Park. As soon as the City Council decided on the McGregor site for a skate park last year, we volunteered our time to help with the design. We need to move on and finish the McGregor site, and I'm sure other outside donors will come on board when we do. Our neighborhood has less than 40 days to get our petitions going. So after realizing we didn't have a lot of time, our focus had to be reduced to the neighbors surrounding and most affected by the proposed skate park at Monterey Avenue. I can only guess, but the opposition may have been organizing this for years. One last point. No public official for the city of Capitola has said that the McGregor site is unsafe. Isn't that the whole argument for the opposition and the one anonymous donor to have a skate park at Monterey? If that's so, then it's unfounded. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
There is only one field space owned by the city of Capitola, and this is Monterey Park. The rented soccer field space at Jade Street Park does not belong to Capitola and is in the planning phases of being developed by the property owners. It is a certainty that it will be developed and the soccer field will be eliminated. Where are all the youth and adult soccer players going to play soccer in Capitola? Where? The only place they can go is Monterey Park. Losing the soccer field at Jade Street means we have to make maximum field space use of Monterey Park for soccer and other field youth sports. Every city in our county has at least one soccer field. Most have more than one field. Citizens expect a soccer field as one of the most basic community services that will be provided by their city. Citizens expect a soccer field just like they expect sidewalks or streets. Citizens don't even think that they would have to ask city management to provide this because it is so basic and so integral to a community. The city of Scotts Valley provides 9 soccer fields to 1 skateboard park. We are going to propose to have 0 soccer fields and 2 skateboard parks. I don't think that's wise land use management. I want to hit a couple of statistics quickly. Numerous studies confirm that organized team sports are a gateway to academic achievement, better grades, improvement in attending college, and success in the labor market. It has the most positive effect on low-income students. We need to note our Capitola statistics. More than 53% of our citizens rent their home, 19.7% are Hispanic or Latino. The median income is $54,000. We are not a rich community, and 8% of our community lives below the poverty line. Organized team sports, soccer serves the youth in important ways in Capitola. Make a soccer field.
Elizabeth, please introduce yourself.
Oh, Elizabeth Russell. Thank you.
I think we're on number 20.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dominique Bertrand. I live at 601 Monterey Avenue. I moved to Capitola in the 3rd grade. I have played rec soccer at Monterey Avenue Park from 3rd to 6th grade, and after that I moved my practices to Jade Street Park. Actually, Al Globus was my coach for many years. One of the great things about Monterey Park is that I could walk to practice. Both my parents are working parents, and so I had to get myself to practices after school, so I'd either walk or bike. As Elizabeth said, this is the only green space that the city of Capitola owns, and currently this is one of the only places that you can have soccer practices in the city of Capitola. Furthermore, kids can walk to it. It's on safe streets with sidewalks that they can get to. Ironically, because I still play soccer, I am going to be signing up for a soccer program through Scotts Valley, because they actually do have soccer programs for 18-year-olds and above. So I can still play soccer through the rec program at Scotts Valley. Currently, City of Capitola's rec program has dished all their soccer programs. There used to be a adult women's league in the winter, and that has been canceled and suspended till further notice. So I find that very unfortunate that I cannot play soccer in the community that I live in an organized environment. Of course, I still play pickup games, but I can't play an organized ref field. So I would like to encourage City Council to remember that this is the only green space that you guys own that we can play organized sports on, and that it is walkable for kids in the community. So thank you for your time. And I will be leaving these documents for you guys to look over.
Thank you.
Do I hand this to you?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking up this matter. My name is Matt Arthur. I live here in Capitola, born and raised, 44 years. I had this big elaborate thing here to propose and talk about. I sent it out as an email, so I'm sure you guys already read it, but there still seems to be talk about McGregor. This is about Monterey Park. There seems to be an issue with safety. The main thing here is we want our kids within the society to feel safe, be safe. This proposal at Monterey Park is the absolute most safest place for all the kids. They don't have to navigate Park Avenue. They don't have to navigate the long drawn out hill down to Park Avenue. They don't have to navigate up a street with no sidewalks, no nothing. I've traveled around a lot of Northern California towns and cities because the nature of my real job is driving around, visiting action sports stores, surf, skate, wake, and snowboard shops. And in the last month and a half, I made it a point to go out there, and as I'm talking to these shops, where are your parks? Where are they located? And they're very safe areas. When I mean safe, I mean they are centrally located in neighborhoods, in downtown areas, central to where the kids are and where they congregate. This is a safe place. If you have an excellent opportunity to talk about safety, promote safety by improving this park, it needs to be dealt with. I think you're going to have two parks, but I think the real park is going to be Monterey Park. You're going to have an overwhelming amount of people frequenting Monterey Park than you will McGregor. It's just not a safe place, and I'm sure everybody out here in favor of Monterey Park will speak exactly the same. So I urge you to consider Monterey Park, because that is essentially the safest place for these kids to go, skate, and have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Hello, my name is Heidi Wagner, and I'm a resident and homeowner on Monterey Avenue. And I'm not going to necessarily reinvent the wheel here. I'm just going to mention that I'm adamantly opposed to the skate park and agree with Lisa's presentation earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. I think we're in number 23. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Kailash Mazumdar. I'm a homeowner on Junipero Court, and I'm opposed to the skate park, not because it's a skate park, but because I think that the city needs to maintain the character of the park the way it is, as a park for field sports, for soccer, football, and baseball, and you know, many other people have kind of reiterated the fact that we have a limited amount of green open space for children and adults to play, and I think that should be maintained at Monterey Park. And as the council explained earlier, the proposal to have McGregor Park be built is already happening, regardless of what we decide to happen with Monterey Park. So we should move forward with having a mixed-use park and McGregor for bikes, skateboarders, dogs, and other uses, and then maintain Monterey Park as a mixed use for field sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Kailash.
Hello, my name's Richard Novak, and I am the landed gentry, as some people say. I am the donor that is donating the money for the skate park. And the main reason I'm donating this money is that the safety of the children, which seems to be missed by a lot of people here. I ride my bike and I drive through McGregor almost every day, and which one of you are going to be responsible for the first kid that gets smashed by a car on McGregor or gets molested on the tracks walking to the park? It's an unsafe area. Plus you have two different kinds of skate parks. You got one that's ramps and one that's a park, one that's embedded in the ground that's concrete stuff. The ramps are conducive to older skaters, and it has a lot more vert to it, and it's a lot more dangerous for little kids. I've been a lifelong resident of Capitola. My parents moved here in 1945. Not lifelong, but 3 years old. My grandmother, my great-grandmother were summer residents here. I've been very fortunate in my life to be able to make this kind of a donation to this park. And the only reason I got involved with it, other than the pressure from my niece, is the safety of the kids. It's a sidewalk to get to the park. It's small. It's convenient. It's next to a Monterey or New Brighton Middle School. I was one of the first classes at Capitola Elementary School. There was nothing around that school. One of the punishments was picking up rocks in the soccer field if you were bad. There was nothing there. My grandfather landed his airplane on the old Capitola Airport. You know, we built forts out of straw. So I think the residents. I was raised across from Shadowbrook, and I understand noise because every night at about 2 a.m. there'd be somebody that wanted to announce that they were drunk. 50,000 kilowatts of lights bouncing off the river into the house. You know, I've been through that. But this is a beach town. This is Capitola. We are living close to each other. We have to deal with it. I've had to deal with it in my life. And 2 seconds to go. So anyway, any questions you have for me?
Any questions, Richard? Thank you.
That's it.
Richard. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Cannon, and I'm here tonight in support of the Capitola Skate Park. I'm going to tell you guys a little story to explain why I care so much about the skate park. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania. I started skateboarding when I was 11 years old. From that moment on, I was hooked. I was obsessed, and I made it through middle school, high school with flying colors, and attended Arizona State University, where I received my degree in secondary education. My education at the university was kind of a secondary factor as to why I chose to move to the desert. I really moved there because there were free public concrete skate parks in most of the towns in that community, which I didn't have where I grew up. After I finished college, I took the next 4 years to live out my dream as a professional skateboarder. I had the opportunity to travel the world, and I've experienced cultures, met people, made tons of friends, and in the end, it was the best experience of my life. It was over about a year ago, and about 8 months ago, I saw a job opportunity in Santa Cruz at NHS, which, as some of you know, is one of the largest skateboard distributors in the entire world. I've now been there for 8 months and been a part of this community, and I have to tell you that I couldn't be happier. I tell you guys this story not because I want you to care about me, but because as the father of 5-month-old twins, I want my children to have these opportunities growing up. And there's a lot of 11-year-old kids here in this room, and I want them to have this as something that they can have moving forward, because skateboarding was the driving force in my life, and I just want kids to be able to have that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for hearing us all tonight. My name is Kevin Frank. I'm a resident of Capitola. This is my 9-year-old son, Logan Frank. I think the city needs a skate park. My son and I travel all over the United States to skate in contests, and it's just, I don't know if the ones that oppose ever have been to a skate park to experience the camaraderie, the good time that these kids are having. I spend probably 4 to 5 hours a day in a skate park, and I get to watch it and see it. The kids love it. McGregor Park to cross over Park Avenue and go down State Park Drive, I would never allow him to do that on his own. To go down to Monterey, I feel he would be safe there by himself with his friends. I feel that it's a great location. They also have green grass to see when they're skating, not just trees and worry about people coming out from the bushes. And I mean, I agree with Richard. I agree with Andrew. I think the city needs it. And I think that if the ones who oppose 2 skate parks in one city, they need to do some research on the other cities that are in Los Angeles, Orange County, San Diego County. They support multiple parks within a mile of each other. I think that the concrete skate park that they're proposing for Monterey is a great idea, and I feel that Tricia and Marie are heading in the right direction for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin and Logan. I think we're on number 27, if I'm not mistaken. 27.
I'm 28. I don't know if there's
28. Is there 27?
I was.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. 28. There seems to be a person behind everyone. Go ahead.
Good evening,
Please.
Mayor and council members. Thank you for your service to our community. My name is Dawn Morrow, and I live in the Capitola Knolls, and I am here in opposition to the skate park. I went to the meeting a few weeks ago and talked to the ladies that are proposing the park. And my first concern in standing there, you know, I have a son that played Little League for 10 years, is that there's a real safety issue with the baseball field being there. And not 8 minutes later, that was proven true, because I'm the one that got hit by the home run. And I can tell you right now, it's been painful, expensive. I'm not done yet. I now have to see a hand specialist. I don't really know. I think it's fundamentally a bad idea to have a skate park for young children that close to a ball field where you have, you know, adult people playing. And I frankly am a little surprised that anybody would see that happen to somebody and still want to put their children in harm's way in that manner. So I also don't believe that a second skate park is necessary. I'm not against skating, I'm not against kids, but I think in a city that's 1.67 miles square, I don't know if 2 parks are necessary. And I'm also concerned about the cost. Anytime you have a public park, there is a cost to the city to, you know, maintain it. I'm assuming there's going to be restrooms, they're going to have to be locked and unlocked. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to have the oversight? So for these reasons, I am in opposition, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak. My name is Polly I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Sorry about that.
Council
Member, sorry. This is 29. I just want to get my chance to get up here. My name is Sean Tutman, and I live actually right behind the park there at Monterey, and it's an incredible neighborhood we live in. And I just want to clarify some comment that was made about the baseball real quick, because that's come up a couple times. I was there when that baseball came in, and the whole area was roped off for where the skate park's going to be, and that ball dropped about 10 feet or so. I mean, I could say 15, but it was probably realistically about 10 feet, 8 feet away. and it dropped right there where in front of where the park would be. So it wasn't like it went in there. If there was a fence 6 foot high or whatever, I might have made the difference. So just to clarify, they were standing outside of where the proposed park would have been. But anyways, on the more important note, I am for the park and definitely in favor of it. Bought a house in 2008 in this neighborhood and could not be happier of the community that I bought it in, and it was a big factor in my purchasing decision is the community we were buying in, making sure it's a safe neighborhood for my kids, and the school system, of course, being very important. And my oldest child, Kyle, he's 11 years old. He loves to skateboard, so you know, I want to make sure that the environment that he's going to be skating in is a safe environment for him. Let's see here. So I do think that the future of our community is really important for me to think about what's going to happen past my time and where are we going, you know, as the future of, you know, our communities that we're building out, because it is important to leave a community and that's going to be a great spot for kids to grow up. And we have an incredible little play structure kind of park in a place called Hidden Park near our house, which is a great spot for my daughter who's 6 years old to go on the play structure and play, and it's a great area for her. We have a baseball field there, which is great for the children that are into team sports. But we really don't have a good outlet for children that are into alternative sports. And it really is a gap in our community. There's a void there, and children go to the school all the time. They're getting kicked out of the school. They go to the parking lots. They're getting kicked out of the parking lots, to church, all around there. And there is a huge need for a skate park. McGregor is a great idea.
You have to wrap up. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Just finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Okay. So, anyways, McGregor, it was a good idea, but right now what they're proposing there, A, is not safe, and B, what the actual sorry, I'm over time here, but anyways, the actual proposal for what they're going to put in is a half pipe, from what I heard, and a rail, and that's really not a skate park. That is what today's skate parks are like. So it's really, there's no attraction there, but it's just not a safe spot. So thanks. Sorry, I'm a little over time.
Thank you, Sean. Number 30.
Number 30.
We're halfway through tonight.
Hi. I'm Polly Malik. I live at 300 Plum Street, and I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I'm just going to say was glad to hear about the skate park, the multi-purpose. You can have skaters there with their while their parents are walking dogs, and doing the pump track. So I think that's a really great idea. And I'm just a little concerned with a city that is less than 2 square miles, our limited green space, and I hate to admit it, but until tonight I didn't know about the soccer fields going away. Apparently I missed that in the papers, but as we see, it is a very limited amount of green space we have in Capitola, and I think we really need to look at that. And I think we need to give McGregor a chance before we kind of write it off and say, okay, it's not good enough for smaller children. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Hello there, Councilman. My name is Jeremy Nama. I live actually in Aptos. I'm on Cedar Street, 510 Cedar Street. I'm a business owner. I've been active in the community with Capitola Soquel Little League as well as Mid-County soccer sports. So I'm very familiar with what sports are and how valuable they are for the kids in the community and how it can enrich their lives. I am also a skateboarder. I take my kids, I have an 11-year-old and a 15-year-old. I take them up to Scotts Valley pretty much every Sunday, almost religiously. That's kind of like our way of going to church. It's a great atmosphere up there. It's a really good environment. There's a lot of great parents that are up there that participate in the sport as well as support their kids. I think that living where I live and going down McGregor, it's definitely a safety concern. There is not even a bike lane that's wide enough for a bicycle to pass through. It's a blind curve. It's already tight with the intersection for New Brighton Park entrance as well. There's been a couple of collisions that have happened there because people can't navigate that turn and that intersection. So I am in favor for the park at Monterey. I think it's a great place for kids to go, a safe place for kids to go, and I support Tricia and Marie in their endeavors with this project. Thank you.
I'd like to say some just a direct conversation here is that it's not either or here.
No.
McGregor is going to be built. And
No, I understand that.
So the idea is the discussion is Monterey Park.
Correct.
Just want to let you know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Zane Walbridge. I'm Cooper Weens, and we're residents of Capitola as well. And we are in favor of the Capitola Monterey Skate Park because not only is it a 20-minute drive to Scotts Valley or any other place on the west side as well to skate. It's just so much. I would just feel more safe and like at home if there was a Monterey skate park because it's just so much more like friendly, I would think, because it's like open where people can drive by and see the park, and everybody can, when they're walking their dog, they can see the park, and everybody like at the school is gonna see the park as well. So it's just like safer than McGregor because I've drove by there a lot and it's just sketchy. Well, my dad this morning, he drove me by and he said if they're like not going to build one at New Brighton Middle School, then I'm not even comfortable going over there by myself or with my friends. It just seems really sketchy. And the fact that there's only going to be like a half pipe and a rail is, again, like it's kind of, if you are a kid and you want to like learn to skate, it's not a very good learning environment to skate. Yeah.
Do all the kids want to give their names so we know who they're? It sounds like they're.
I'm Aloy Weens. I'm Jake Whitten. I'm Dylan Williams.
Thank you all.
Good evening. My name is Don Sanders. I live at 230 Junipero Court. My oldest son lives across the street, 231 Junipero Court. So, start off with, I am opposed to the park because we are going to have the other down in McGregor. Now, I hear what I'm getting out of this meeting here is there's two sides, one that hates kids and one that don't. I don't really think because kids are against the park, people are against the park, that they hate kids. I spent 9 years in a Little League and Pop Warner organization in San Diego area. I was on the board of directors of both of those. I coached Pop Warner and Little League both. Matter of fact, one of my baseball players is Billy Bean. So I don't hate kids. I have 3 kids of my own, 3 sons. I have 7 grandchildren. I have 6 great-grandchildren. So I'm not anti-kids. I am, however, for organized sports. I think that's where it's at. Kids need to be supervised. And what I'm hearing from a lot of people here is they want to let their kids run off somewhere while they're doing something else. And what they want to do is bring them in there and let somebody else take care of their kids. If they're going to have something like that, organize it so you've got some adult supervision around there. What happens if a kid falls down and gets hurt and needs medical attention? Is there going to be an adult around there anywhere to take care of it? See that it's taken care of? Let's get it organized if they're going to do something like this. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. What number on that?
Mine's 34. 34?
I'm going to put you in charge of numbers.
The number.
Your number. Call number 34. Would you call number 34?
34? Is that who's next? And sir, supposed to say now, sir.
Thank you.
Now, sir. Oh. 34?
No.
Oh.
36.
At Gales, you only get 15 seconds and we go to the next number, okay?
My name is Bob Denike. I live in Santa Cruz on 400 Endlick Drive, and I'm in support of this skateboard project. The park's designed for kids between 3 and 14 years old, and this age group is an important part of their lives. They're at an important part of their lives and their development. These are kids that may not fit into and follow a traditional team sports path. I should know, as I was one of these kids, I was not good at baseball, football, soccer, basketball. It was not until I discovered skateboarding that I truly began to feel that I belonged, and I began to build confidence and self-esteem. Kids need to be active, they need to be creative, and they need to be able to fit into groups that they feel comfortable with. Skateboarding, much like surfing, mountain biking, BMX, inline skating, skiing, other individual sports, they provide a creative young child an outlet and a release that it may not feel comfortable doing in a team sports environment. Certainly, if we can build multiple softball diamonds, soccer fields, and tennis and basketball courts in this town, we can build at least 2 skateboard parks. And how many of these other sports facilities are privately funded by a 6-figure donation? As I learn more about this project and I listen to the sport, and I do respect the opinions of the opposition, I still do not see any reason why anyone would oppose this project. It's a nice size, it's not too big, it's centrally located, easily accessible, and it's in a currently active city park that is safe and easily supervised. It's set for daylight hours, it's a quiet in-ground design, and again, it's fully funded by a private investment. Let's vote in favor of our kids. Let's show them that as adults, many of us parents, aunts, uncles, grandparents, and great-grandparents, that we want them here, we want them close by, and we want them in a safe place. I think Monterey is the safest location, and McGregor is just simply not safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Bob. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Conley. I live at 900 Kennedy Drive, which is right where Kennedy intersects with Monterey. It's closer to the proposed Monterey Park site than the McGregor site project. These are my kids, Jake, 13, a 7th grader at New Brighton, and Ava, 10, a 4th grader at Main Street. Ava is an amazing young soccer player and Capitola Junior Guard's regional competitor who has her homework done every night well before her mom and I even have time to ask. She's also becoming a pretty good skateboarder and surfer, spending time in the village and on our small driveway ramp. Jake plays travel baseball, is a lead guitarist in a band, competes in the middle school surf team, is a regional competitor in Capitola Junior Guards program, and he gets straight A's. He's also a very good skateboarder who has honed his skills at skate parks in Scotts Valley, Live Oak, Watsonville, Santa Cruz, and San Jose. His mom and I, and the parents of his friends, have made driving them around to pursue their skating passion part of what we do. As a skateboard kid of the late 80s myself, I'm super proud of all the tricks he has mastered in a short time. Skateboarding is a very artistic, detail-oriented sport that takes a lot of practice and a lot of guts. And like everything else he does, Jake works hard at it. So do many of his friends who are also honor students at New Brighton. They amaze me and crack me up at how quickly they can get their latest and greatest tricks posted and shared with friends on Instagram. They really push one another to get better and try new things. While it's an individual sport, there really is a sense of camaraderie and self-esteem building involved. It's something these kids are passionate about, and I think growing up in an area that is so rooted in action sports plays a big role in that. As much as we're committed to helping our kids pursue their passions by whatever means necessary, my wife Nicole and I are more than ecstatic at the possibility of having a safe, well-constructed place up the street in what we feel is a community center of our neighborhood. It's a great location for a parent to feel safe about their kids' welfare, and really for parents nothing is more important than that gut feeling. While the site at McGregor may prove useful to some, it's not in a location that will make any parent I've spoken with feel good about their kids' safety. It's set off to the fringes of our community where traffic, homelessness, and safe passage on bike or foot are clearly unresolved issues.
Mark, you're going to have to wrap up.
It's a location that frankly makes any responsible parent scared to death. So I hope you guys consider the one right in the middle of our community.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you. 38? Okay. 38, I think. Bingo.
Hi, my name's Harry Guy on Monterey Avenue, 729, and I am opposed, and not that I hate kids or anything, but we went through this before, and I think that McGregor's fits the bill better than, and after hearing about the soccer possibilities, why, I think we should save it for that. So, thank you. And I agree with Lisa and Don Sanders.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Norton and City Council. My name is Antoinette Costa. I live at the 800 block of Monterey Avenue, and I am for the skate park located at Monterey Park due to the safety of my daughter, who is 11. Skateboarding to and from McGregor with no sidewalks poses a real threat to her safety and well-being. They're two separate parks with two separate, you got rails at one, you got the bowl at the other, cement, and it's for younger kids. I feel safe for Madeline to be there skateboarding with friends. Just to address a few of the residents thinking that we're using this as a place to put our kids to have a babysitter and them to be alone is so untrue. They will always be supervised, whether McGregor or Monterey Park. We're not going to let our kids just roam free. And do you have anything to say? Oh, and the other thing I wanted to address is everybody keeps talking about the green space at Monterey Park being the only area. There's also Noble Gulch Park that is green space for people to walk their dogs and have quiet serenity with the river right there. So it's just something for you to consider. There are two different areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinette.
Hello, I am Ryan Santee. I am 10 years old, and I live at Callis Line. I am for the skate park being built on Monterey. I feel that it is safer there because, one, there are after-school teachers that work there as well as janitors who can also, well, kind of supervise. And, yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. You're very articulate.
Grooming.
I think we're at 41.
40.
Is there a 41 out there?
No, 40.
40?
40.
Oh, 40. I
That
gave
was her
Ryan a
family,
number.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
40.
40?
40?
42. Come on up.
Once.
41, come up.
40.
42.
40, 41, or 42?
Hello, I'm Sandy Erickson, and I live in Cliffwood Heights. And I think one thing that is very clear is that the soccer players and the Little League baseball players are not a well-funded group. And the skateboarders clearly are well-funded. And I think all the residents in the Cliffwood Heights area thought that this issue had been put to bed when the McGregor Park was decided. I've been to numerous meetings about it, and McGregor was the one that was acceptable to everybody. And clearly, if there were not a large sum of money involved, we wouldn't be here talking about this. And I think to deny that that is in existence is not to look at the reality of what's going on. And like I said, the soccer players, they're not well represented because they don't have a bunch of money. And it's like Council Termini said, they're going to lose the soccer fields to the school. I think it's interesting that these people want to have their 3-year-olds and their 14-year-olds commingled at the same time. And it's also interesting what they say is safe and what is dangerous. And I would hope that you would decide not to go forward with this. But if we do all have to live with each other, and I do hate that we've been demonized if we happen to not agree with this. I think clearly one skate park in Capitola is enough. And I agree with Harry. What we hear is we want a safe place to send our children unsupervised. And unsupervised small children are dangerous anywhere, regardless of where it is. And I know the city's working on the amenities to McGregor, and I look forward to seeing that, and I would hope you would not put 2 skate parks in Capitola. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Sandy, could you tell us what number you are so we can...
I'm 42.
You're 42. Thank you. Is there a 41? Was there a 41? No, okay, so we'll go to 43, please.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Arroyo, and I live at 705 Monterey Avenue, which is located directly across the street from the proposed skate park. And I just want to say that I'm 100% against the proposed park for the reasons stated by the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Good evening. Bruce Arthur, resident of Capitola. Thought I might give you my 2 cents worth, although I'm sure there are some people here that would think that that amount is be a bit inflated. I know you received my correspondence, so I'm not going to regurgitate it. It would take too long. I do hope you can appreciate the research I did in 2000 when I toured both coasts of the U.S. and at the time talked with mayors of all the towns that we visited, where they located their parks. What I will regurgitate is the unsafe access the McGregor site affords. There is no safe pedestrian access. And Dennis, you always have been on the forefront of safe routes to schools and a walkable community. That area is not walkable. There are no sidewalks. Majority of the individuals that are going to use that, unfortunately, are not old enough to possess a driver's license. They're either going to walk or they're going to skate. Now, I don't want you to think I don't support the Monterey site. I do. But regardless of your decision on the proposed Monterey site, I hope you will reconsider the development of the McGregor site until safe pedestrian access is available. Now, I don't envy your decision. Political pressures can be overwhelming at times. But I hope you can see through all the dissension and do what is safest for the children who will be using the skate park. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce.
Mayor and Council, my name is Jeff Kendall. I'm a Santa Cruz resident. I am for the skate park. I am the father of a 11 and 13-year-old 2 skateboarders. Primarily use the Scotts Valley skate park. The main reason that I take them there is statistically up to 70% of any major injuries or even death that occur on skateboards involve vehicles, cars. It's the safest place for kids to ride. And you know what? The popularity of skateboarding is growing. It's going to continue to grow. And 2 skate parks in a town like Capitola with the culture that it has is not excessive. It's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Mayor and council members, my name is Tessa Tutman. I live on Orchid Avenue right behind.
Get closer to the mic, too. Thank you.
I live on Orchid Avenue right behind the proposed skate park location. I am in support of the location for the skate park at Monterey Park. I believe it's a safe location. I like that it is visible from all areas. I use the park regularly. I think that it's really important for the children to be seen and not be out of sight and out of mind. And I feel really strongly that that location is very, very safe for my children. And I feel that it would be the best place for a skate park in Capitola. I think that there is a sound design. It is well constructed and well engineered and very well thought out. Fully funded by private donation, no financial responsibility on the community. The proposed skate park is only 3% of that green space. I know there's a big concern about the green space, but it's a very tiny amount. And also, it is only, it's 300 feet or so from the homes that are located there. And Derby Park over in Santa Cruz, the skate park is about 50 feet from the homes over there. And apparently there is not much complaint about that. So this is a larger buffer area, about a little bit more than 3 times the amount. So just putting that out there. I think that this allows a safe and legal space for the kids to skateboard. I didn't mention I've got a 5th grader and a 1st grader, and my 5th grader is an avid skateboarder. He's constantly over at New Brighton Middle School, even though it's not allowed, and I really struggle with that. I really wish that there was a place for him to go that is nearby. There really isn't a place here in Capitola. And I'm out of time, but one more thing. I just think that people tend to forget the wants and needs of young family once their kids have grown. And I think that we need to really kind of try and remember that. Maybe if you don't have young children, or if you are not a family, or you're single, just remember there's other people out there that have different needs that are different than your own. So thank you.
Jared.
$47, $48.
I guess it'd be 47 and 48. Okay. We'll go. 49, okay.
I think 49. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Liz Toshikian Ettinger, and I was born and raised in Cliffwood Heights. I grew up on Magellan Street. I live on Magellan Street. My kids are being raised on Magellan Street. And in the last 6 years, we have approximately 19 kids from the ages of infancy to 18 years old that live just on my street. I, as you guys know, because I've talked to you before, am the person that organized the different families to go door to door and talk to everyone in Cliffwood Heights. And we did receive 213 signatures from residents in Cliffwood Heights in support of a skate park at Monterey. The other thing that they also asked for was a bathroom, picnic tables. This is one of the only parks that's owned by the city, and they very much, the neighbors and the residents of Cliffwood Heights, would like to see those other amenities included into that park. We want to go there with our kids and walk our dogs and have some of the kids biking. I just have to say, on the other day, it was the weekend, it was just after the rain, we had 6 kids out front. Within 2 hours on my street, we had other 6 kids. We were about 12 kids going up and down my street. I would have loved to take those kids and walk them, as Johnny, who lives 2 houses down from me, walk our kids over to Monterey and let half of them play on the skate park and let half of them ride their bikes, and us grown-ups can walk the dogs and keep an eye on them. They will not be unsupervised. All of us moms and dads, some of us willing to participate and wanting to skateboard there with them, would like to have that park be something that we can all use, that everybody in the neighborhood and community and the surrounding county can come there and be a part of it. So there are people in that neighborhood that are fully supporting it and are happy to have it, and you have our signatures, and some of them live directly across the street, some of them live behind it, some of them live next to it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Liz. You have a 50?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Brett Bartle. I live on Monterey Avenue. I actually live directly across from the park. First, I just wanted to mention there's a lot of talk about statistics, and I think it's really important to remember when we talk about numbers is where the numbers come from and how big that sample was. One gentleman mentioned the fact that San Diego County has skate parks very close to one another. They're within a mile of one another. San Diego County, according to the U.S. Census in 2013, had 3.9 million residents compared to Santa Cruz County's 269,000, with 15 skate parks in the county once McGregor gets finished, compared to only 6 multi-use sports fields in the county. I'm against the skate park. I've lived in Capitola my entire life. I've skated since I've lived here. I love skating. When I was a kid, if we wanted to skate, we paid 35 cents, got on a bus, and went to Derby Park. You couldn't go to Derby Park, somebody had a half pipe in their backyard. Living across the street from the park, I find that it would be inappropriate to have a skate park there with a school so close by, knowing that being a youth and growing up skateboarding here, there was lots of times where I do things other than go to school, and I didn't have a skate park in my backyard to use for an excuse. I think also too with this, it's really important to consider, everybody talks about the kids and safety. If we want to talk about safety, and we want to talk about safety near the school, we should consider speed bumps on Monterey Avenue. I can tell you from firsthand experience, I've seen my dog get run over on the street. I've seen people speed down that street at upwards of 50 miles an hour, to the point where I'm in pretty good communication with the Capitola Police, and they've used my driveway on a number of occasions to issue speeding citations to people coming down that street. So hopefully you guys consider the rest of us on Monterey Avenue that don't want the park there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. 51 or 52?
Mayor Norton, Council. I'm Brad Oates. I live at 816 Balboa Avenue. I'm in support of this project. I've spent most of my life skateboarding all over the world, checking out skate parks. This would be great for the community. I have a 4-year-old. I have a 10-month-old. They both skate. We spend a lot of time in Monterey Avenue Park. The open space is just open space. There's plenty around here. We all live at the beach. This is a positive project for the children in this community. McGraver is very unsafe. I don't want my kids crossing that street. You can find needles, alcohol bottles all over the train tracks. That's really the only safe way to get there. This would be life-altering for the community, for the kids, everyone around here. If you support this project, please support this project, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Villarreal, and my home backyard is right on the corner of Monterey Park and the middle school. So I have lots of reasons, just being a homeowner there, why I'm opposed. I have a son. He skateboards. We have a ramp in the backyard that I choose who comes in. I can monitor. I can control language. You know what goes on there and hours. My main concern, though, is as a parent of children who will attend New Brighton Middle School, is no one's really thought about the safety of the school children. We're talking about the safety of the kids going to a skate park, but how about what's going to happen during the school day? People will come to the skate park who are not school children during the school day. Usually, I've been to many skate parks. They hang out, they sit around, they talk hours. Who are they going to be? It's an opportunity for predators, drug dealers to slip in there. You can't tell who's the good, who's the bad. I mean, in this country with the climate in schools, this is an extremely open campus, vulnerable, and we're going to invite people to hang out during the school day. I'm concerned about the safety of the school children. I don't think the recreational needs of skaters should override the safety of our school children. And also just creating an environment conducive to learning. Why would we put a skate park, right next to a school? We don't build Disneyland right next to a school. You can't compare Scotts Valley skate park school location to this location. Apples and oranges, it's just not the same. And I know I hear mumbling, and I've probably mumbled when people come up here, but there's a lot of tension. And I'm curious about Marie's comment on the video this morning about the McGregor site being too noisy with the traffic. Skate parks are noisy. We don't need a quiet place for our skaters. And parents need to supervise their kids at the parks. Sorry, I don't want to be supervising for them, and I will end up if a skate park is built there. That's it.
Thank you, Carla. 54.
Hello, my name is Ramon. I have a half pipe, full-size half pipe in my backyard. I have 2 kids. My son is 9, and I see him enjoying it all the time. I also had a metal fabricator build a rail 4.5 tall by 12 feet long so he can learn his tricks. I live on 706 Orchid Avenue, which is adjacent to the proposal skateboard park. I myself started skateboarding at the age of 8, and since then I have owned a skateboard. I'm 42 now. 2 years ago I broke my collarbone skateboarding. I think the skateboarding sport is a great sport, so is surfing and all other stream sports, but the fact that it is being proposed next to a school, it occurs to me that just asking for trouble. Besides, we want good students. We want the United States to become again the place that I used to look forward to moving in when I was a kid. I seen the schools going down, the economy going down, and it's just because we don't have a good foundation, which is schooling. So that's why I'm against the skate park. I take my son to many skate parks, and recently we went to one that is called Cunningham Over the Hill. You pay $3 and it's a great skate park. I mean, they even had music. So I would say, why not build a nice skate park, like at the parking lot in Capitola? Had music, you know, the restaurants would benefit from all the kids coming in, buying sodas, the grown-ups buying beer, you know, food, whatever. So I think you guys should need to really think about the consequences of a skate park next to a school. So that's my main concern.
Thank you,
So
Ramon.
that's why I oppose.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there a 55 or a 56?
Jim Crowley. I live next to the Hidden Park over there on Sir Francis for 23 years, and I don't know. I've had to go out there a few times at nighttime, chase people out there, but for the most part, I don't even hear the kids out there most of the time. And I built that park, Monterey Park, when I worked for Ponds Brothers back in the 80s, and I thought we should have put a lot more in there when we built that park. And I know that it gets real wet in the back still, which just probably will take care of. And the school could start a skateboard team because they do have a surfboard team, so that the school could probably incorporate that skateboard park into their program as well if they wanted to. So there's another avenue that they could use. I do believe that we should build that park there.
Thanks, Tim. Well, we're somewhere between 55 and 60. Is there anyone else wants to come up and speak? Please come forward.
What was your number? What's your number?
I'm 58.
Okay. 58? Okay, great. Thank you.
My number's up. Where's my bagel? My name's Melinda Vento, and my husband and I live in the Jewel Box on Topaz. And we just wanted to say we're in favor of the skate park in Monterey. And the reason we feel that is a couple reasons. We find Capitola very attractive. We don't have children, but we are very active in the community. You'll see us walking our dog several times a day. We're always on the street walking. We've gotten to know many of the children in this community and many of the families, and we feel that we see the involvement and the engagement by the families in this community, and it's what drew us here. We originally were here part-time. We are here full-time, and we feel pretty strongly that there needs to be a safe place for anybody that walks as much as we do. We park our cars on the weekends. We're on foot. We feel that for the children that are here, it's important that they have sidewalks and a safe place to get to that park. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda.
We're actually 57, so.
Oh, good.
My name's Joey Miller. I'm 45 years old. I'm a resident of Capitola. We live on 610 Escalona Drive. This is my son Benjamin. He's 11. We are in favor of the skate park. I grew up skating. I taught my son to skate when he was very young. My daughter, who's almost 5, she's learning to skate now. One of the greatest things about skating is that the older kids do look out for the younger kids. It's a safe environment for a lot of people growing up, having a lot of big kids around that actually care about each other. There's not a criminal element to skateboarding. People tend to freak out and think that that's an issue. If there's people coming in who shouldn't be there, skaters actually look out for each other, and if they can actually get people out of there who don't belong there. One of the things that I believe is people talked about the green space, the maybe lose some soccer fields and stuff like that. Another issue is if you're going to have that at Monterey Park, the place we're proposing to put the park is right where a big hill is. It's a multi-level, and it's going to be in ground. If you're trying to put a soccer field there, it simply wouldn't work. It would have to be completely bulldozed. There'd be all kinds of retaining walls and all kinds of different things. Despite what some of the opposition has thought, we do not think that they are anti-kid. We believe they're anti-noise. And that's been one of the issues, is most people believe there's going to be a lot of noise. An in-ground skate park actually creates very little noise. You look at skate parks in the one in downtown Santa Cruz, the one in Scotts Valley, they're all very near homes, and there's very low level of noise. The organized sports that do occur there at any given time are actually probably much louder. I've also offered myself to the council before the last time I was here. If you're not sure about how skate parks operate or anything like that, how things are, I'm more than willing to take any one of you myself with my son and go and experience that firsthand. I appreciate you guys giving us this forum to voice our opinions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joy.
Hi, I'm Brett Gressley, resident of Capitola, and I have 5 children, and they're all very active in all organized sports. They do water polo, swimming, baseball, soccer, basketball, you name it, they do it, but they also love to skateboard as well. Skateboard provides a really a different way of thinking and unstructured way to learn. I'm also was a former member of the Soquel Unified School District and a co-founder of the Adventure Guides, and I strongly support the skateboard park at Monterey Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
60?
Are we at 60?
59.
Oh, go ahead. Sure.
Okay.
My name is Amy Breed, and I live at the corner of Sacramento and El Salto at 602 El Salto. I have a 12-year-old at New Brighton Middle School and a 6-year-old at Main Street School. My 12-year-old has ridden his bike to school for the last 3 or 4 years to Main Street. I think I prefer it that way because it's actually healthier for him. It's there's such traffic impact in the morning at both of the schools that it's a problem. So now that we live a few blocks from New Brighton Middle School, he skateboards to school every day. Other parents drop their kids off at my house every morning, and they skateboard together to school. They, support each other in wearing their helmets. It is a problem. I think that the kids really need a place. I'd prefer for them to be able to go to the Monterey Park after school so that they could wait to get rid of all that traffic impact until they got on their skateboards and skated home. I think it would really prevent a lot of accidents. I think it's a totally compelling reason to have the skate park at Monterey Park is the prevention of accidents and deaths by motor vehicles. My kids, on Friday afternoon, 8 or 9 of them come to my house after school. They want to skate, and I don't allow it because I'm afraid of drunken drivers. A neighbor has asked me to put turtles out at either end of my block because the kids, want to go and skate in the driveway. They're occasionally in the street. There's going to be there is more traffic, especially on weekends, going into Monarch Cove Inn. And it's a dangerous situation. I've seen several near misses in several neighborhoods. That I bring the kids to the skate park 3 to 5 times a week, either to Felt Street, to Scotts Valley, to Cunningham, to Pacifica. And what's interesting is that I've lived in the neighborhood for 3 to 5 years. I've met more families from this community at the other skate parks. And they're all involved parents. They're there. I've met the fathers and the mothers. We congregate at the skate parks after school and on the weekends. I think this would be a great opportunity to develop community involvement. I'd be willing to volunteer for a neighborhood watch at the skate park once or twice a week because I'd be there with my kids anyway. And I think we're missing a real opportunity if we don't. It's funded, it's safe, it's next to the school. There aren't enough school sports offered or opportunities for school sports. 110 kids tried out for the basketball team and 30 made it. What happened to the other 60 kids? They're all active kids that need a safe place. There's no safe place in Capitola for this age demographic. The average age is 12 to 14 that's going to be there. They don't have cars. They're not driving. It would actually have a positive impact on traffic flow because the kids would be able to skateboard to school, have a safe place, and skateboard home. Provide an action committee to have monitors at the skate park. And I think it would actually improve the safety of the neighborhood. And I think the McGregor Park will improve the safety of the neighborhood there, too. I ride my bike there. It's not safe.
You're going to have to wrap up, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
61.
I think we're at 61 or...
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay.
My name is Marty Proctor. This is my son Max here, and a couple of his friends. We actually have a skate park in our driveway. I think most of these kids have probably been at before. I want to thank you guys for even offering an outdoor space for our kids to play in Capitola. It's an amazing thing that you guys are even bringing up projects like McGregor and this Monterey project. I also like to thank the people that put in all this hard work. To be talking about this amazing park, I've looked at the plans. I've seen other parks in this area and all across the state, and I've noticed that this park has a really good flow. It's a really good design. It's perfect for beginners and intermediate skaters like these guys back here. I don't really see it as an attraction site or a destination site. These kids are amazing that live in this city. They go to school, they work hard, they play hard, they're healthy, they're happy, they love being together. They also participate with us, music nights, movie nights, all those other wonderful things you guys provide. I think these kids deserve a park that's close by, something that they can all skate to together, and actually a park that they can all use and be proud of. So thank you for having this meeting.
Always want to give their names up there? Up there.
Chris Corelli.
Yeah.
Max Proctor. Adam Little.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening, folks. I'm 62. My name is Shane Perlman. My family and I live at 211 Washburn Avenue, so I could throw and hit the junior high with a stone from my front porch. And my family and I are in favor. I got 2 kids. For all the neighbors who are worried about noise, that screaming sound that's happening all afternoon is my kid. And she's the one running around the park all day long. I love the idea of a skate park, but honestly, I'd just love to see more infrastructure. Like right now, there's just a lot of grass, and we use it every way we can imagine. But I'd like to see some benches to have picnics so we can do birthday parties there. And I would like to see jungle gyms, and I take my daughter right now to the skate park on the river. And as a community, the number of teenage skaters and adults who get out of the bowl so that my daughter can get on her Tinkerbell skateboard and roll around on her knees is wonderful. And I really appreciate that. But I'd also like to see a place where I don't have to ask 15 adults to wait for 20 minutes. but rather that she can have a place that she can sort of explore and grow up to be a courageous young woman. I also have a son who's currently not skating yet. He's still trying to figure out how to eat, but I'm sure when his time comes, he'll get there as well. So, thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Huh? Yeah, I think we're through our numbers, but if there's anyone else, I'm going to give them 2 minutes to anyone else who would like to speak that hasn't spoken before.
I don't have a number, but I'd like to speak. That's
You please do. Please step forward and give your name, please.
Absolutely. My name's John Walbridge. I live up on Magellan Street. It's hard to believe, but I've been a member of this community for almost 20 years now. We have 3 kids. My son was one of the group of boys that spoke earlier. Really, I don't have anything substantive to add in support of the skate park other than I think that when we boil all this down, and I like to try to get to things really quick and make it super simple, is that the focus is the kids. I think it's the kids that we need to focus in on, weigh their opinions and what's convenient and safe for them. I think all of this tonight, everybody's got their special interests, but to me it boils down to the kids. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mary Margulies. I am a Capitola resident. I'm at 125 Wesley Street, and I just want to inform the Council that my husband, Michael, and myself are in support of this skate park. Many reasons have been given for it, and the one that just came forth was a very appropriate one. It is about the kids. This is a skate park that's being proposed for young kids, not 19, 20-year-olds. So the idea that there will be criminals coming there, I don't think that's a valid point. I think the way it stands right now, that element would be moving in and out of our community with it or with it not being there. One person suggested something about soccer fields. Well, if there is a problem with soccer fields, perhaps we could put one at the McGregor site. It seems that there's ample parking at the McGregor site, and for someone who's gone to many soccer games up at Blue Ball Park, I know that the parking is always an issue there, but if there was another field at McGregor, maybe that would alleviate it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Hello. My name is Neil Johnson. I've lived in Capitola for 30 years. I've raised 2 sons here. I think the main thing what I'm getting out of all this is that mothers in the general area just want a safe place for their kids to go. And it's obvious McGregor is not really a safe place for their kids to go to get there, to have the access there. Also, I believe that park is, has more advanced ramps that young kids can't use. So it seems to me that it would be it's more advantageous for them to have a park locally where they can have their kids go safely. And also, I believe that as far as policing the site where the kids are skating at, parents, I can remember going back, taking my son to parks, and I always policed it when I was there with my kid there. So if anything foul went on, several dozen parents were there policing it. So I just believe I am for the park. I think this is something that we should do. We should have done it 20 years ago and not now. It's time now, and I think we should take advantage of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lou. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to address this? Now is your time. I'm going to give you 30 seconds.
That's perfect, guys. I just wanted to, 30 seconds is great. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that through my business, I've adopted New Brighton Middle School, and I am donating 30 to 60 skateboards this year to students who improve on their grades. The principal and staff is 100% behind it, which I just wanted to really drive home the fact that the school is behind skateboarding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, I'm going to give Lisa, I'll give you, you can start, and I'll give you 3 minutes to discuss in closing, please. Okay.
First of all, I want to make sure that we were misquoted. No one that I know anyway said skateboarding was dangerous, and that's why we didn't want to park. We want to park, we just don't want it at Monterey Avenue. And every sport is dangerous. I mean, I've broken many things on different sports, and even just walking around on Halloween and during, Cliffwood Heights. So I don't want to be misrepresented. And also, as far as safety concerns at McGregor, maybe the donators and the huge donators could put all that money towards safety concerns at McGregor. If they have legitimate safety concerns, put the money towards their perception of what's unsafe about McGregor. I also think many people were saying that parents are driving their kids to Derby Park, Scotts Valley Park, Watsonville, Jose Park. Well, driving them to McGregor Park seems like a lot closer option. I think it becomes a matter of convenience, not necessity for a second park at Monterey Avenue. And I also have not done decibel studies of noise for whether an in-ground park is less noisy than an above-ground park. But I do know students of mine in the past, and we're talking 20 years ago, as even now when I sub, they say, oh, Ms. Steingreave, you don't want a skateboard park near your house. Just the kids getting to and from the skateboard park, we hear now. And I can't imagine if there's lots of kids skating to and from the skate park. So I think noise is a big factor. And I think also, it seems to me, all the people in favor of skateboard park at Monterey Avenue, I wonder what the percentage, and I don't know it, and I tried to look it up, of the skating population in our city. Like, how many people are we really serving with 2 skate parks, as opposed to how many people will we be serving with baseball diamonds and soccer fields? And what is the percentage of skaters in a town of 10,000? And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. You got your 2 minutes together. Did I say 3?
3.
I'm not changing the rules. If I said 3, there's 3. Okay. All right.
All right, just a quick follow-up on my end. Noise. The noise is already there, and it's already been addressed. And the fact that the skate park's going to add more noise is no. And there's been proof and reports and studies. I'm curious right now, and maybe the police can answer this question, but are there strangers and drug dealers hanging out at Monterey Park now? And I'm asking this honestly because I don't see that. I'm up there, my kids go to school up there. I don't see that happening now, nor do I see the element, which is our children, bringing that to the skate park. Last thing, in your packet, we have letters from principals and superintendents up and down the coast that have skate park / school combos within 50 feet of each other. All positive, no issues. They incorporate school activities with the skate park, and those letters are in your packet.
I'm going to wrap it up here. In 2012, you asked us to come back and meet certain criteria, and we have done it. We have met everything that you have asked of us, and we have gone above and beyond and obtained a donor to fund this entire project. We've discussed it with the school board. We've had no opposition. You have those in your packet. You have seen the overwhelming support both here tonight and via all the emails that you have received throughout the last few weeks. First and foremost, this is a park. The name is not Monterey Avenue. This is Monterey Park. People are going to use the park, whether it is for soccer, baseball, football, tag, skateboarding. It is time that we do something for the children in this community. And we recognize that they are citizens of this community, and they should be heard, and they should be allowed to have a place to skate. It is not as though you're going to have 1 or 2 children there. I think that you have seen tonight the community at large wants this project and supports this project. We ask that each of you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Trish. Can we take a 2-minute break, please, and we'll come back? Back in 2 minutes. And first of all, I want to thank all of you Capitolians for being good community people and exercising good control and respect for your neighbors. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, well, we're back to the council, and we will start. Stephanie, would you like to start on this?
Sure. Sure. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight and for being so civil and so polite. And what the police chief just said was absolutely true to me. You parents have been a tremendous role model to your children tonight to show them that they can come to a public meeting, whether it's school board, city council, who knows, anything, water board, whatever. But you can go, you can be heard, you can be listened to, you can make a difference, no matter what your age is. And young and old, hopefully you will be always seen as welcome and that you feel your opinion is valued and that you are a valuable member of the community. Now to this topic. This is a really tough one because really good comments, good positions on both sides, heartfelt comments from everybody, and real strong cases to be made on both sides. We've talked about a skateboard park. We want to have a skateboard park. The kids want a skateboard park. We have, tremendous challenges about where to put it because we're so landlocked. We're all built out. We only have a couple of little parcels left. What do we do with them? And we struggled with that with McGregor, and we're going to see how that works out. And I think it's going to probably be terrific, but we're going to have to wait and see. So on this one, I'm not willing to support a project right now with opposition to it. I would really rather that we come to a project with the neighbors, the school, the kids, the city, everybody together moving forward. And we can do that, but not tonight. I don't think, not right now. Unfortunately, there's too much opposition to it, and that's not a good way to move forward with a community project. We need to kind of back up if we're going to do this, wait and see how McGregor turns out, see what its use is, see whether it meets our expectations or it doesn't, what happens there, and then go forward in the future to see whether we can do something on this site. But it has to be with really the neighbors coming together to say what they could live with there. We went through this before when we first formed the park, and the immediate neighbors didn't want any kind of activities there at all. They wanted a real quiet, passive park there. That's why we didn't put in bathrooms, we didn't put in benches, we didn't put anything there. They just said if people show up, and play, that's fine. But they didn't really want that for that neighbor. Now it's many years later, we can certainly consider that now. But at the time, people didn't want the birthday parties. They said they have hidden park. That's what birthday park, we call it that. That's what that's for. And the neighbor couldn't use it for that. So I'm sorry, but I'm not willing to support it right now. Let's see how McGregor works out, and maybe sometime in the future we'll talk about that at Monterey Park. But I don't think we should impose a will of who knows how many. I mean, it's not 50-50. I don't know what the numbers are, but to impose that on the neighbor, the neighbor doesn't want it. They don't want that, right? They don't want 6,000 square feet. They have, there are a lot of fears that are unfounded. I realize that, but there's still concerns. There's still not support. I would rather that the council take another look at it sometime in the future, when we can, when the council, whoever can, the city council member or staff or someone else can bring the council and the neighbors and the school and the kids and the park together for a use that people can live with. But right now I just see too many people that would be unhappy if we did this tomorrow, and there's no need to do that. No need to make people really unhappy in that neighborhood. That would make a lot of people happy, but it would make a lot of people unhappy too, and there's no need to do that right now. I don't think that. Let's try the McGregor, and which I think is going to be great. And but I certainly understand all of the parents' concerns about going to McGregor. We certainly have heard that. We know all that. Today what's before us is just to look at Monterey Park, and with the kind of opposition that I think that we're sensing, real or unreal, or to whatever degree it's there, that's what we need to deal with. So I'm not willing to support it right now.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ed?
Sure. I have one question for Public Works. I'm not sure, something kept being brought up that I'm not really clear on, and that is how much will the skate park cut into the soccer field, and will it preclude soccer from being played there?
Excuse me. You know, right now you can't get a regulation soccer field at Monterey Park. Where the skate park is proposed, kind of on the mounds, really wouldn't impact where we do get a short soccer field in now. To get a regulation soccer field in there would take cooperation, an agreement between us and the school district. So, there's not a direct answer. We could put a soccer field there. It's not one or the other at this point. Right now, it's a very shortened soccer field that we can get in there.
Do they play it over the infield? Is that the direction that it's played, or does it?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Because the overlay I did on on Jade Street's park looked like it would fit in there, inside of the limits of the track around the park, and even the one at Jade Street I don't believe is a regulation field. Is it by?
No, it is not.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. Where to start? I want to reiterate what Dennis said. First of all, I really want to thank the community for being civil like you were. I think it was great. I want to make some statements. Number one, I voted against McGregor Park, so that should be known. Somebody made a comment that nobody ever expressed any concerns about negative from McGregor Park, and the record will show that I voted against that park. I did not think it was a good choice. I didn't think it was, there was a phrase used, highest and best use of the land. I think that land has much better use, but the council agreed that that was it, and we're pushing forward. And the fact is, I think it's going to turn out to be a great dog park, maybe a pump track. But with that being said, a lot of what I heard tonight from the crowd and a lot of the oppositions was, I don't think we need two skate parks. And I spent a lot of time at skate parks. I've been watching this for many months, but just today I went to Ramsey Park, Sky Park, and Mike Fox Park. And Ramsey Park is kind of what we're talking about creating, and what that is I don't even call it a skate park. I mean, it's like playing croquet in the sand. It is an asphalt surface, has some metal ramps on it, and somebody said a long time ago metal ramps are noisy, and they in fact are. The surface doesn't roll smooth, so it makes more noise. What we're talking about putting at McGregor is a similar type asphalt surface. It's not a bowl. It's got some rails and some features and some components. But to call it a skate park after you've been to a place like Derby or Mike Fox or Sky Park, it's apples and oranges. And when you go to those parks, I went to Mike Fox Park today for about a half hour, and it was kind of a lesson because I was there. It was a 58-year-old man with his son and daughter, and he had his shorts and his head cam and his elbow pads, his head pads, and he was pretty good. I was kind of feeling kind of slouchy for just being there watching him. But what I saw is where I'm going with this is there's a perception. I played baseball, I played soccer. I mean, baseball, basketball, and football, all the traditional sports like maybe a lot of people did. We wore basketball uniforms, we wore football clothes, and what skaters wear is they wear this garb that makes them look like they're different, and I think the perception is we look at them differently, and I had to sit there and just watch. And when I watched the mechanics, when I watched someone working inside of a bowl, because I don't skate, I had a skateboard when I was a kid, but it's grown to something much more than what it is today. And when I watched them skate, inside of a bowl, they create momentum, they create rhythm, they're able to ride around, and they can go almost like perpetual motion. Okay, but in Ramsey Park, which is what we're talking about building at McGregor Park, it's not a bowl, it's not a park. It's you go from one event to another. You don't build momentum. It's not even the same thing. So what I heard from almost every person was saying, we don't need another skate park. Well, the reality is we're not building one. There's going to be this asphalt, there's going to be a half pipe, and it's going to be like what one gentleman said, he's a welder, he probably has a better setup in his backyard than what we're going to end up with up at McGregor. And what what my fear is that, and this is reality, I'm not going to deny it, the reason we're here is because we've got a generous benefactor that's willing to come in and pay for a park. And there's a gross perception in Capitola that we're loaded with money and we can afford to build anything we want. You know, we're going to struggle this year just balancing the budget. And when somebody comes in and says they're going to plop down somewhere around $200,000 to build a park, of course my ears open up, okay? Because I'm thinking about what does this community need? And the migration for sports, skateboarding is extremely popular. And like I say, it's a perception that we have about this subculture. And I think that being where it's at, I think the neighbors there, you know, I did go to a meeting in the neighborhood with a few of the neighbors. I listened to the complaints. I walked the streets myself. I talked to people. This whole balloting and voting thing, it's so much peer pressure. Because when I went to doors, I talked to people, and it's like some people, they came and I said, no, I don't want it. You know, we're doing enough. And then some people would say, you know, it's so hard when somebody comes to the door because I feel like I've got to give a yes or a no. And I found that a lot of people were in the middle. They were ambivalent. They didn't care. And so I think it was hard for people. I think it was hard for both sides to go ask their neighbors, you know, how do you feel about this? So, you know, I don't want to give anybody up, but it was one couple who had just moved into the neighborhood, and they just said, you know, we want to get along here, and even though we like it, we want to say no. And so when I identify myself who I am, this is what they say. So when I listen to the concerns, I think there's a fear of the unknown, okay? And the reality is I don't want to build a destination park. I think that if we do approve this park, it should be something that we you know, the next step of this process, should it happen, is we meet with, we have plans, we draw up, we continue with the neighborhood input. We talk about, hey, you know, the park at Ramsey, I saw the sign and it said dusk till 9 p.m. Well, I can tell you right now, we don't want that. You know, we could establish any kind of hours we want, and the idea would be make the park work with the neighbors. Because the one thing the park does offer is it is in the middle of town, it's accessible. I mean, right now we're just getting ready to do the Safe Routes to School program. They want kids to ride to school. They want to get away from the parents shuttling. We want to encourage kids to get on their bike and go to the park. And when I was a kid, we just got on our bike, we went to the park, we played, and we were told to be home by dark. That's what kids do, and we're trying to get back to that. I see this as a positive thing for the neighborhood. We've had some bad experiences with skateboarders in the village. We tell them they can't skate in the village. We don't give them a place to go. McGregor is not a safe place. It's been mentioned. There's no bike routes. I've got a letter here saying, well, maybe with imagination we could create you know, we don't own New Brighton Beach. We don't have rights or access to get through there. It's not our land to determine whether we can use a shortcut through there. Monterey Park is accessible. It's safe. It's highly visible. And when I think about that park, I heard it from lots of people tonight. That part is a travesty. Okay, it's got no bathroom. Some agreement that supposedly exists, that every research that we've looked into doesn't exist, says we couldn't have a bathroom. So every neighbor, what they really know is all those kids pee in the bushes. That's what happens. And our objective should be to make it a better park. Picnic tables, bathrooms, you know, improve the soccer field. If what we end up with is a scaled down soccer field, I think the compatibility of the soccer field and the skate park can coexist. I think that there shouldn't be a second fence that makes a walkway through there. I mean, if we put a 10-foot fence on the front side of the skate park, we can keep the softballs out there. But I think somebody mentioned, one woman came up and said, I think we need to find a compromise. And that's what I'd like to see out of this, is a compromise. I mean, I look at these people, they came here 2 years ago. I was in the crowd. I was running for city council 3 years ago, and they said they got an approval to, and I got corrected on this by the city manager, they got approval for positive direction to move forward. And that's what they're back tonight for, is positive direction to move forward. Bring some plans, look at a project. I don't think anybody in this room hates kids. I think that's absolutely false. I think people are just afraid of the unknown. They say that there's going to be more noise. there's going to be, if the process were to move forward, there would have to be an EIR. An EIR would cover the environmental impact. It would discuss the noise. It would discuss the traffic. It would discuss all the things that people have concerns about, and there'd be a place to weigh in on it. There's a sign that I see all throughout the neighborhoods now, and it makes you stop and think, because it says, drive like your kids live here. And it works, because if you put that in your head, you're going to slow down, because you think about your kids. And what I say to this park is, build a skate park where you want your kids to play. And I wouldn't want my kids to play or skate at McGregor. And with the parks there, that's my thought. I would like to make a motion that we vote to give positive direction for a skate park at Monterey Park.
We'll hold that motion and let the other council members talk, and we'll come back.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you very much.
So I'm going to talk about the people I live with, people I've known, and people I've met for the first time, and process. How to make a community-based decision. These are the reasons why I ran for city council. I'm into my first month or month and a half, and it's being tested. I've been talking to my neighbors, trying to get a little quiet time to figure out how I'm going to approach this. So just a couple of days ago, I went down Pacific Garden Mall and wanted to go to Lulu's to sit and write and get my thoughts together, because some of you know it's a little difficult at home. And there's someone saying, what are you going to do at the skateboard park? So some of the things I'm going to say, I don't think may be well received, but there are thoughts that I believe in and I want to express. That's why I took so much trouble to make sure I could be here, talking to the city attorney and making sure that it was legal, that I could actually represent the people that elected me. So I talked with a neighbor of mine last night. And this is a story that really bothers me. Someone very involved in the community, someone who spent many hours and weekends helping to keep sports going for kids such as my daughter. That is how I met this person. He's amazing. He knows almost every kid around, including my daughter, their families, and their stories. He's the kind of person, one of many in this community, that keeps Capitola the way it is. He's not here tonight. Last night he told me he is too scared to attend. I know this person well enough to have a real sense of his state of mind. It never crossed my mind not to believe him, but rather I was thinking of the loss to him. He's the kind of person, the sense of community that he has felt up to now, what was taken away. This man should not feel this way. I don't want this town to be like this for him or for me. Also, I've talked with many other neighbors, some close to Monterey Park and some further away. I've seen faces of parents with young kids who want a place for their kids to skate in a safe neighborhood, perhaps just down the street. A place where they could, it just makes sense to these parents. They are part of the new Capitola, the Capitolans that are moving into town to start families and hopefully to join in to make this community the great place that I love. I've also heard from other neighbors, those who cannot believe that this issue has returned. There was a chill on the street, and I'm serious.
how could the city be letting this happen? Hadn't the city moved on? Hadn't the destination park been scaled back from 9,000 to 6,000 and then rejected by the organizers because it wasn't big enough? Hadn't the city approved a new park on McCormick? When I was city treasurer, I remember being in this room filled with kids and their parents overjoyed that we're going to have McCormick Park. Why are we back here where we started over 2 years ago? These neighbors feel betrayed again. The first time was when it was the 2K park. There was a neighborhood meeting. Neighbors on that street and around met on the grassy knoll, as we want to call it now, and they were very happy with the proposal for a kids' park. Maybe that's the compromise that Cheryl referred to. It was something that neighbors could get around and feel comfortable with. It would fit into the neighborhood. It would provide an outlet for kids, a place where they could learn how to skate. Yes, there was concerns about noise, parking, bathrooms, and the element, but everyone there was willing to take that chance. That's where we started this process. The neighbors that some are saying were not for skateboard parks and were not for kids, at that point when we started this process, were for a skateboard park. They wanted one that fitted into the neighborhood, and they wanted for young kids so they could have a chance to start learning how to skate. And this is the hard part. I think this issue has become very divisive. It's being pursued in a manner that looks to me more like a numbers game. And as Ed mentioned, depending on who comes to the door, you may give a different answer. So I want to throw out the numbers. So it's not to me a question of which side has gathered more signatures or which side has provided more speakers tonight. I'm glad you came, I really am, but that's not what this is about from my perspective. And more letters on your position. If we have more, we win. I don't think that's what it's about. What it's about to me is we have to come to a better way. We have to come up with a better way to make decisions in Capitola. There's been many decisions that we sort of meandered around and didn't have a clear process to get to where we wanted to go and include the public. A process of community engagement that is inclusive of all elements in the community that want to participate. A process that includes the stakeholders, such as the neighbors, SoCal School District, skateboarders, and the city in general, just to name a few. A process that brings out the issues and analyzes them from the perspective of those affected. A process that educates the community, especially about skateboarding as it is today. Yeah, I skateboarded. All the neighbors complained to my parents. And I did it at night because that was the only time they were asleep and they couldn't complain. I mean, a lot of us have that kind of history. So I read an interesting letter, I think it was from Marie, and she pointed out this school that has a skateboard park right next to it. Ojai, I think it was the name of the city. And it's a beautiful park. You know, I clicked on some of the videos. I mean, it was obviously a place that was a real joy to the community. I would love that skateboard park in my town. But then I dug a little bit further. I went back to the city meeting minutes, the Park and Rec Committee, the city council, and I found out that before they got that park approved, they had an extensive program of citizen engagement. They had a stakeholder meeting. They actually had educational meetings so that the public knew what skateboarding was about. We're talking about fears here tonight. We're talking about things that, in one sense, I don't know too much about anymore. Yes, I've gone to skateboard parks just like Ed has. I mean, I've looked at them. but I'm not part of that community. I don't know what it is like day to day, and a lot of people are in the same position. This city, Ojai, went through that process to make sure that the community was behind that park. A lot of you don't realize this, but I studied urban studies too when I was in college. And some of the most successful community projects, the ones that we studied, were the ones that reached out to the community and had them involved. We're not doing that here. And that's what bothers me. We need a community-focused decision process. And I don't know what the outcome would be for this process. I really don't. But I'll give you some sense of where it may be going. I think the community in Cliffwood Heights is changing. I really do. We have a lot of newer, younger families with their kids. I'm an old fogey by comparison. But I also see some of the older residents saying, you know, maybe it might make sense. I'm not saying that their concerns aren't valid, but what I am saying, I can't support the park right now unless we have a process that gives everyone a chance to express their concerns, bring out the issues, make suggestions, and have approvals for the resolution of those issues. I don't want to shove something down someone's throat and know that those people haven't had a chance to be part of that process. This is not fair to our community. I want people to feel that they could come to meetings and not feel scared, that they are somehow going to be, I don't know, it's on that mention to me, but that sent a chill to a supporter of mine actually, that this person wouldn't come here, someone who contributed so much to this community. So we have to have an inclusive process, and I think we need to go back to the drawing board, and so I can't support it at this time. Thank you.
I did do the numbers, and what was fascinating to me is, and I've received a lot of letters and some phone calls and some community meetings with pro and con, and the two fascinating things to me were, first of all, that there were 6 houses that voted both ways and signed both petitions. That was dazzling. They were the same names, by the way. It was a wonderful thing. But the adjacent properties, when I look at the letters, when I look at the petitions, and I strike the people who signed twice, is almost 95% opposed. Those are the people right against the park. As we move out a block, roughly drops down to 80% opposed, and rapidly goes down to 90% for when you go 5 blocks or more out. Easy story to tell. The closer you are to the park, the more afraid you are of it being there. No news there. I think the people who are close to the park are not against skating. They're not against kids, as I've said. They're against the intensification of the park. We might have filled this room just as much with the bathroom issue. I heard just about as much about that as I did about skateboard parks. Why someone's afraid of people having a bathroom, I don't know. But I was originally concerned with McGregor with regard to safety. I was sort of romanced along with the prospect of other aspects coming into play. The dog park, the pump track. So it started to become more cohesive, and there was more going on there, more eyes on the kids. And I might say that 2 parks in the city are not mutually exclusive. 2 parks are not too many. If you look at the 2 different designs, they are 2 very significantly different parks. I will agree with Sandy Erickson. If money hadn't been thrown at this, we would not be having this discussion. That is the truth. By the same token, if money weren't thrown at McGregor, we wouldn't be building anything out there. That got built with donations as well. A good deal of city money, but the bulk of it donations. So yes, it is about the money. Oddly enough, I think at the end of the day, the park is placed in the wrong place. If you want to take the lessons from other cities, this park should move up to the sidewalk. That's where cities put their parks. They put the skateboard park adjacent to the sidewalk. The only reason it's moved into the middle of McGregor is to move it away from as many neighbors as possible. But if police want to police a park, they want to see the whole thing from the street. Can't do that with this one. So we've diluted the perfect park already just by trying to make everyone happy. I'm struck with a conundrum here that I know that the majority of the people adjacent to the park are opposed to it. I speak a lot about preserving neighborhoods. It was an easy choice for me to do something like, kill the cell tower idea, because there were some neighbors who were uncomfortable with it. Whether I felt that their discomfort was founded or not was not the issue. The issue was they were uncomfortable with it. I had to go along with that. If you just look at the numbers and look at the people around the park, there's enough people uncomfortable with the idea would make me think that I needed to vote against it. The quandary is preserving neighborhoods or being consistent, because I was one of the votes that asked the people to come back with the 6,000 square foot park. I was nearly brokenhearted to have the dead air take place for a couple of years. I'm looking for where's the 6,000 square foot park? It didn't come, it didn't come, it didn't come. We met here for, off and on for a year about McGregor, and all the people out here who are wringing their hands about the safety of McGregor were absent. Where were you? I wish you had been here. We heard mild comments from a couple of people and a little agreement, well, we'll put more things there. So there's a lot of disappointment, there's a lot of missteps, a lot of lack of maybe outreach, I don't know. So I'm at this late moment on the edge on this one, frankly. I thought I had a clear vision, and I even told the proponents of the park, they're my neighbors. Everybody knows where I live, everybody knows where they live. I told them, give it a shot. If you get overwhelming support, I'm there for you. If you get overwhelming no's, I'm going to have a hard time voting for this. And we're not just talking about, this is no offense, half a dozen cranky people. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 40 or 50 people with serious concerns, some slightly more rational than others, but carefully presented. And I am drifting gently over to building this park. So, convince me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. Right behind City Hall, there's a piece of property that we recent years had a flood in, and at the time, almost immediately, the city went to the concept of taking the people who live there out of the park, which was probably a good thing. It was not a good place to live, and to turn that land there into a parking lot. And I lost my battle there. I really thought that a lineal park across Capitola would be absolutely the coup de grace of a great community. And the value at the time was more for taking care of parking problems than it was for the community use of that property. And I always thought that if you're going to put a skateboard in this town, skate park, that valley there would be the absolute ideal place for it. Center location, proximity with in a lineal park that you can come in from all ends. It didn't happen, and so we are still in that process. We're in a process right now of discussion. This is just a discussion of the idea of doing a multi-story parking garage behind City Hall, where we can actually leave up that property there for out of parking and make it a community park that's lineal through our community. It's still in discussion. Issues about financing and how we finance that type of thing is probably the bigger part of that issue. Monterey Park, if I'm correct, I think that we actually did vote finally on a 3-2 vote in favor of a 6,000 square foot park. We did make that vote.
Not for a 6,000 square foot, just to pursue a.
Pursue a 6,000 square foot park. And at the time, the council took a change in direction. And Mike and I personally walked those neighborhoods, and we talked to many of you at that time. And so what happened was that with another city council member kind of leading the fray, he made the vote to a point where Monterey Park was not going to work for him, that he favored going out to McGregor. The city and all of us, and me in particular, and Bruce Arthur can vouch for this, for 15 years have been beat up on this skateboard issue. We have tried 4 and 5 different places, and unfortunately without any results. So McGregor was our answer to take it out there and take it out of the community, away from any residential area where there wouldn't really be any opposition, and when there wasn't any opposition. The opposition were founded that is there a safe passage over that park? Probably not now, but there will be. There will be. It'll be a safe park day. When I look at Monterey, Monterey to me, it's not a regional or destination point for skateboard parks. What it is, it's a small skateboard park. In fact, the pathway that you see in there now isn't even moved. So the area now being used or called for in the park itself is outside of any besides sitting, it's outside of any physical use that's being done by soccer or baseball or any of those. Yes, a baseball will roll into it, but it's outside of the field, or that walkway wouldn't be there in between it. The area is within, and my kids grew up in Cliffwood Heights, by the way. My family's was real familiar with that neighborhood. That is in walking distance, and my kids all walked to school, which makes it within a walking distance for any family within Cliffwood Heights, clear over to probably, I would say, Riverview Terrace. That's a walking distance that I think most mothers would feel safe with. Is it a safe place for kids? Yes, it would be a safe place for kids. If you're talking kids using that park there at the age of 4 to 14, the same people that are in this room are the people that are going to be using it. And we trust the people in this room. These are people that will be watching over it, and people that will be dictating to its use for the years. I think the whole process has a ways to go right now, and a full approval of this project. But I'm gonna favor going towards the park in Monterey, and I'm gonna give it back to you, Michael.
Well, let me just make another comment, just in further discussion about this. I think that, I think we're all, we'd all like to make this happen. We'd all like to, to plan another skateboard park in Capitola. That's just a problem right in the middle of that neighborhood when the neighborhood doesn't accept it. And, we've never really done any projects here where we've had significant neighborhood opposition like that. So I don't really want to start now. When we've had other neighborhood projects, we listen to the neighbors. That's our job. That's the bottom line. Here we have neighbors that are split. And so I think that, that our job in that case is to back off and not do anything. And to see how the other park works. And then we can always revisit this. But if we make a bad decision tonight, we're going to make a lot of people mad. We're going to go off in another direction that we don't have to go in to make all these people mad tonight. Why not wait and see how everything else pans out, how everything else works? And if we want to revisit this in the future, it's always there. It's, we have been talking about this. We do want to do it, but everybody really has to appreciate the fact that in a little town, you can't do everything that you want to do. You can't have all the parks. You can't have all the recreational activities. You can't have all the amenities that you want. You just can't do it all because you're small. You only have so much land. You only have so much money and so many resources and so many employees to take care of things with. And so, it doesn't bother me not to meet everybody's expectation to have, a skateboard park at Monterey Park right now, because we're doing something else, and maybe it's just not going to fit in there. And the neighbors don't want it. A lot of the neighbors don't want it. A lot do, but the immediate neighbors don't want it. So, we shouldn't go on making it. I think go forward with making a decision, that leaves part of our residents feeling really unhappy and disappointed, and what are they thinking? It's not their neighborhood, it's our neighborhood. Why are you doing this? That kind of thing. We can always go there later. So that's what I think.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, my suggestion would be to get a motion and focus the debate around the motion.
Well, there's no second though, so we're just a discussion at this point.
Mike,
I will second Ed's motion for discussion.
Additional short discussion.
Yes.
I want to make it clear that there was no formulated opinions coming in tonight. Tonight was the public testimony, and the testimony on both sides was very compelling. And I took notes. Everybody that walked up, I've got your name, your number, and your notes. And there was repetition of what was more repeated by the neighbors was, we already have a second skate park, and I think it's really clear to understand it's not, a skate park has bowls. There's no bowls in that park. Skate park in the ground with the bowls is less noise. And what I'm trying to push along is here, we're not just trying to come in here and attack the neighbors. This is not an attack on the neighbors. This is, the sad thing about Capitola is we have one park. That's all we got. Nothing else is going to work. There's 6 parks. Jade Street we don't own. All the other ones don't amount to anything that we can do. This is it. I think we can have a nice soccer field there. I think we need to improve the drainage there. I think we need to add a bathroom there. I think we need to have the picnic tables, the tot lot. It can be a park for all of us. And it's not going to increase anything more that's already going there. This is the skateboard people. When you go there to these parks, it's not an intense use. It's 4 to 6 people. And I'm sensing what Jacques is saying, and what I really want to trust here is the next step of the process. Truly, the next step of the process is we come together, we actually scrutinize this plan, we look at it, we talk about how can we minimize the noise, how can we maybe put up some trees to buffer some more of the sound, how do we really make it so it fits? Because like I said, it's a perception. What I heard here was this perception about the noise and the other issues. And I believe everybody up here does not want to have this be a Hatfield and McCoy's thing. This is about, we have a park, we have an obligation to 10,000 residents in this town, and unfortunately, I drove to Scotts Valley and Wattsville, they got tons of land. We don't have it. We can't put it anyplace else. And our kids deserve it. And the most compelling thing is Cliffwood Heights, look around. It's a young neighborhood, there's kids. It's the changing dynamic, and I mean, I want to work with it, but I still want to move forward, so I want to stick with my motion. Did I get a second on the motion?
You got a second?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Friendly amendment?
Sure.
Okay. I think in a community, preamble, I think in a community such as ours, it's really critical that we talk to the neighbors, that we talk to the community to figure out what's going to work. As I see it right now, and that was the genesis of my comments, I think I agree with Steph that it's being jammed down the throat of a lot of neighbors that are adamantly against it. And that's an important consideration. These are the people we live with. As Dennis said, as we started this meeting, I feel really uncomfortable moving forward if that's not an important part of this motion.
What would you like to add to it, Josh?
Okay.
Well, we've already heard from people, so Jacques. So what are you going to do? Ask them again? They're going to say again, we don't want it?
On Jacques' point, I think I presented to the city manager, I asked what would happen if we approved this tonight, and I don't think I heard him say that bulldozers were going to start taking off. I think I heard about going to the Planning Commission, going through the CEQA process, EIR process if necessary.
Who's going to pay for the EIR? Who's going to pay for the EIR?
Well, all costs, staff costs, and Barrett, correct me if I'm wrong, staff costs for the development of this, the soft costs, are all being paid by the donor, and if that's not the case, then it's a reconsideration on my part. But, Mr. City Manager, maybe you would like to reiterate your answer to my question, because I understood it, I heard it.
Mr. Mayor, Council, the answer that I gave explicitly was, if it proceeds down that path, that would be the outcome, that there would be no cost. There is no, at this point, agreement with the potential donor, the project proponents, about how those soft costs would be treated. So my assumption is that they're going to be looking to your vote tonight to get a better understanding about whether or not it makes sense to invest the kind of money necessary to get through the process or not. So I think that the vote tonight really does need to be a signal to these guys about whether or not it makes sense to proceed with that process or not.
So you have no idea about the cost.
This would not be any different than a development application then. It's a development application, and we can't approve any project tonight.
Right.
All we can approve is the concept moving forward. In other words, what we saw is a conceptual idea, and we approved of that conceptually. What we're telling the applicant is that we would support them moving forward with the presentation and going through the public process, which requires the same as you would for a box store. You would have the same process that you would have go there. You'd be under public scrutiny. You'd have public hearings again, and you would use the public process that's already set up by the city. And
it would go before the Planning Commission as well.
Yes, it would.
And it would seek out the proper CEQA tests to see its impact both in traffic and noise and all the things that we make any development do.
It was a motion just for positive direction.
Okay, and this process would provide for adequate engagement with the neighbors?
Absolutely.
Entirely.
Okay. I have one other question. Supposing we move ahead on this program, on this process, the potential for a larger site, which I think would happen at the Pack Cove site, I mean, how would you feel at that point?
We don't have it.
We don't have it, but I mean, I agree with you. I think that a great use for Pack Cove would be a skateboard park. You know, not the whole thing.
But that's a different topic than what we have tonight. And
right,
what we have tonight is
well, no, we don't need 3. But
we just woke up 200 neighbors next door to City Hall.
Okay, well, I'm just bringing it up. Okay.
But
it's not about neighbors. It's about what's viable right now. You know, we can't even. That's why we don't even talk about Jade Street, because we don't own it.
Okay.
And even though we do own the parking lot, it's a parking lot, and I see nothing in the works of any plans that we have for it to be other than a parking lot.
Well, that's sort of.
I mean, that's sort of a different topic that we need to leave for.
Well, I think I'm okay with the motion. I have a second. The friendly amendment, I think, is just to allow the process to take place, which we all believe in that process.
It will have to be by law, be a public process, which we do for any development.
CEQA, planning, the entire process.
Yeah, before we close this out, I'd like to just counter Jocks a little bit here, in that all of us council members and all of the community, even though there was a disagreement here, they engaged. There was engagement all the way through. There was disagreement, but there was engagement. More so, and I'll tell you what, I've been up here for way too long, but 16 years. I'll tell you, I have never seen as many people in this council chamber as there was tonight. That tells me that the community really cares. One way or the other, they cared. And was there engagement tonight? There was engagement. 64 people spoke in front of this council. So the public process, if you want public engagement and democracy, this worked tonight. Now, that's, I'll say, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do you understand the motion, Sue?
And I just have a comment.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to vote against the motion. Not that I don't agree with having a public process. We just had a public process. We just heard from people. We just got all these emails. We just got all these letters. We got phone calls. You guys did a lot more outreach than I did. And I really appreciate you doing that, for walking door to door and talking to people. That's really good. But, I sort of feel like we heard from the neighborhood. We're going to hear the same thing if you continue with this.
Yes,
and it's still going to be divided. People are still going to be really unhappy. They're not going to come together. It's sort of too late for that unless we let things cool off for a year or two and then see how the other one works out, and then maybe talk about it. But if we go forward, we have the same people happy, the same people unhappy. You're not gonna resolve anything. You're gonna approve a project that a whole lot of people are gonna be really unhappy with, and that's not our job. That's not what we should be doing as leaders of Capitola.
Thank you, Stephanie. Go ahead.
Okay. I think people might disagree with me a little bit, but to me, this is not a public process. To me, this is the beginning of a public process. The beginning of a public process is going out to the community and say, we have this proposal. And a lot of people say, I like it. A lot of people say, I don't like it. That's the beginning. It's like a poll. I've been phoned up multiple times. Do you like this program? Do you like this program? Do you watch this TV show? I mean, you get queried all the time about what you like and what you don't like in this society, and we forget what true public engagement is. We forget talking to our neighbors, with our neighbors. We forget what it's like to be in a meeting, to have an exchange of views, where we can listen to people and come up with alternate solutions. We forget what it's like to compromise. We forget what it is to do the hardest thing, it seems, and that is to change our views, because we open ourselves up to that process. That is public engagement. And I've been doing it for many years. It is a very difficult process. It requires maturity. It requires a lot of things that I wonder if we still have in this society sometimes. All I'm saying is I want a good skateboard park, actually. But I want my neighbors to be part of that process. I don't want to run rampant on a bunch of people because people want something. And I thought, when I was writing at Lulu's Cafe House, I was trying to decide where my emotions are and what is real in this discussion. And I want to build a better Capitola. I feel that if we have this kind of discussion, we will build a better Capitola. And I think in the long run, we'll be happier. And I don't believe that a good public conversation where we're in a room together, not having 3 minutes or 2 minutes. I don't think 3 minutes or 2 minutes before this body is an engagement process. You're telling us what you believe, but there's no exchange. I don't have a sense of how we're going to move back and forth as we listen to each other. I think that would build a better Capitola, and I don't actually think it would take that long to do. Now, I'd like a case in point here. On the City Hall proposal, sell City Hall, build a parking lot, move and make Pack Cove into a park, potentially. We have a mayor's committee of 10 people that are going to be doing outreach to the community to try to come up with a community engagement process. That is a big decision. Tear down this building, remodel it, build a parking lot behind. That is a big decision. That is warranting an engagement process. I think this park proposal warrants the same kind of engagement process. I really do. Because it affects the city of Capitola. It affects the people who live near the park. And if I was behind this proposal, I would say I'd want to be connected with a process that included the community and got their buy-in. Because at this time, it's a vote, and that's it. There's no buy-in. Just a few people A lot of few people, but it's not a community buy-in. When you have community buy-in, you have a stronger community.
Let's be real clear about the motion too, about where we're going since.
Sue, do you know what the motion is? Okay, it's clear. Okay. Could you repeat what you have down
And
there?
also, the friendly amendment was accepted.
It was just to invoke the process.
And was that the friendly amendment that was offered?
Well, I mean, I don't think I can expand on that. I mean,
okay.
If the motion fails, then I would like to have, I'm going to make a motion to have a community engagement process on this, because I really do want to see that happen.
So the friendly amendment was not accepted.
No, the friendly amendment was to use the process which exists, which is they'll apply for an whatever the city manager said as the process.
But he's talking about a different process.
Yeah, he's talking about something completely
So
different.
let's be clear. So the direction at this point is, the motion on the floor is to give the project proponents positive direction that this is likely to be approved, and to encourage them to move forward with the process of designing and permitting the park.
Correct.
Okay.
And we go through the public process at that
And
time.
who's going to pay for the application fee and the development fees?
It would be just our normal development standards. That's what it'd be.
Right, and who's going to pay for it?
The developer.
Is there a developer?
Here's the thing,
Whoever puts
the
the application.
contingent on this plan is if the developer doesn't show up and if the project doesn't come forward, then it doesn't happen. All this is on, this is a proposal that this.
No, I understand that. I'm just,
Okay. It's very clear that, and it was mentioned, and someone in the audience mentioned, this is a project that has come to us, the motion is here, they were here 3 years ago, they're back again. If they carry the ball this time, they score a touchdown. If they don't, they fumble and it goes away.
I just want to make sure everybody understands where we are, because there's been a lot of confusion about what's going on here and who's, doing what.
I think it is clear what the public process is supposed to be. And we take it through a regular channel, just like we with any other development within the city. That's all we need to say. Okay? Okay. So with the motion in a second, roll call, please.
Councilmember Harlan?
No.
Councilmember Bottorff?
Aye.
Councilmember Bertrand?
No.
Councilmember Termini?
Aye.
Mayor Norton?
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. Okay,
Applause, I'm still going to need police protection to go home. I got applause, I'm still going to need police protection.
I'll need a protection. Well, you were good, Mike.
you got my agenda.
I thought I was going to be putting in us tonight.
What?
Use whatever you want. That's yours.
Would you please move outside? We have council meeting still goes on. We have to stay here till probably 2 in the morning. So.
I thought Ed was going to go for it.
Do you think he's going to make the application?
Stephanie, you know what?
Well, my first hard vote.
Okay, we will now.
Doesn't get better. It doesn't get easier.
No, that's okay.
But it's got a long way to go.
I know. It's his ball. It's his ball. It's his ball.
I expected the process to quickly.
It shouldn't be driven by one person.
Move it along.
That's a bad community process.
Stephanie, I went to those people's doors.
And they did nothing afterwards.
Okay, we'll now adjourn is the Capitola City Council meeting. Council to February 25th meeting at 6 o'clock right here at City Council chambers. Okay, we need to reconvene as the successor agency. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor, we will note that the same members are present at the beginning of the successor agency meeting. You have 2 items on the agenda this evening. I believe you have a consent calendar, which includes the minutes and the check register from the last successor agency meeting.
Pardon me?
You have a consent calendar that includes the minutes from the September 25th consent, and then you have the check register as well. So those can be
Is there anyone in the public who would like to address any item that is on the consent agenda? Being none.
Move approval of the consent calendar?
We got a move percent. Okay. We have all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, general government public hearing, consider approving the reorganized obligation payment schedule for the period from July 1st to December 31st. Staff report, please.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is the ROPS period for the first 6 months of next fiscal year, so beginning July 1st through December of this calendar year. You have become accustomed to these, seeing them every 6 months when we consider the ROPS. These are the payments to the former redevelopment agency. You will note that in this ROPS period, the payment for the Capitola Library obligation has been completed. We are making our customary and normal payments on our housing assistance program and the Millennium Loan Program, as well as $42,000 towards some of the repairs at the Rispin Park pursuant to the Leonard settlement. There is one correction I would like to make, though, to the document that was circulated to you. This document includes a proposed $75,000 for the administrative allowance. As we have told the Oversight Board and your council in the past, the staff will be recommend taking that down to $25,000 in this ROPS period as sort of the phase down of the administrative work for the former redevelopment agency. So that's my recommendation is to adopt it as proposed, except the $75,000 is reduced to $25,000 as the administrative workload with the successor agency winds down. And I'm available for questions.
Questions of Jamie? Okay, bring it back to the council. Anyone in the chambers would like to address this issue, please step forward. Seeing none, council, for your pleasure.
Just for the record, a note, you got the fact that we have $2,640,000 and we've completed our obligation to the county for our library fund.
It's complete.
That's
great.
all we're required. Must be spent by.
We must substantially begin our planning and construction by 2018.
Begin construction by June of 2018.
Right.
Well, it could also be extended. It could also be renegotiated.
I'm not ready to walk into a room with Susan Moriello and ask for that, but that's a different story. I'll move the ROPS.
Second.
A motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
That's our total obligation.
We will now adjourn to the next unscheduled meeting of the successor agency at a time, date, and place to be determined. Thank you.
Thank you.
We adjourned?
Okay, sir. You guys can go home now. Relax.
Thank you, Capitola.
Talking with you on this.
Thank you.